right, good morning. Let's come to order and go back on the record, please. All right, before we begin, any preliminary matters?
No, Chair
Council?
Mitchell.
Okay. Anybody on the interveners? I'm not saying anything. Okay. Duke, I believe you may call your next panel.
Sure. Laura Nichols, on behalf of Duke Energy, we call the Carolina Utilities Operations Panel of Nelson Peeler and Laura Bateman.
Good morning. Get you sworn in, please. Right
morning.
hands in the air, left hand on the Bible. You swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
I do.
All right, you may proceed.
Beginning with you, Mr. Peeler, would you state your full name and business address for the record?
My name is V. Nelson Peeler. My business address is 526 South Church Street, Charlotte, North Carolina.
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
Employed by Duke Energy Corporation as Senior Vice President of Transmission and Fuel Strategy and Policy.
Can you briefly describe your role and responsibilities at Duke Energy?
Yes, I lead the organization responsible for Duke Energy's fuel supply, system optimization, and long-term transmission planning.
Turning to you, Ms. Bateman, would you state your full name and business address?
Yes, my name is Laura A. Bateman, and my business address is 411 Fayetteville Street, Raleigh, North Carolina.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by Duke Energy Corporation as Vice President of Carolina's Rates and Regulatory Strategy.
And can you please briefly describe your roles and responsibilities at Duke Energy?
Yes, I lead teams responsible for rate cases, annual rider filings, earnings surveillance reports, cost of service studies, and regulatory strategy and planning for North Carolina and South Carolina for Duke Energy Progress and Duke Energy Carolinas.
Thank you. Mr. Peeler, did the panel cause to be pre-filed in this docket direct testimony consisting of 19 pages and one exhibit?
Yes.
Do you have any changes to your direct testimony or exhibit at this time?
No.
If I were to ask you the same questions today that appear in your pre-filed direct testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes, I would.
And this panel's direct testimony does not include any confidential information, correct?
That is correct.
Chair Mitchell, I would ask that the Carolina Utilities Operations Panel direct testimony be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
All right, hearing no objection to that motion, the direct testimony of the Carolina Utilities Operations Panel filed in this docket on August 19th, 2022, consisting of 19 pages, shall be copied into the record as if delivered orally from the stand.
And I would also ask that the panel's exhibit number 1 be marked as labeled for the record.
All right, and the exhibit to that testimony shall be marked for identification as it was when pre-filed.
The panel is now available for questions from the parties and the commission on their direct testimony.
All right, Attorney General. All right, Sigfer.
Thank you, Chair Mitchell. Good morning, Mr. Peeler. Good morning, Ms. Bateman.
Good morning.
Ms. Bateman, going to you first. In your role as the Vice President of Carolina's Rates and Regulatory Strategy for Duke Energy, are you responsible for cost of service and cost allocation studies for North Carolina and South Carolina?
Correct.
And that includes cost allocation at both the jurisdictional and the customer class level, is that correct?
Yes, it does.
Ms. Bateman, were you in the hearing room when your colleague, Ms. Bowman, referred me to you on jurisdictional cost allocation issues?
Yes, I was.
Okay, great. So we'll come back to that in a few moments, but switching gears now, Mr. Peeler, you testify at the bottom of page 15 and the top of page 16, and I'll give you a moment to get there. Great. Do you see there that you say that the company's investments, quote, have driven economic development in both states and provided significant tax base and employment to thousands over the years?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so a question for either or both of you. Did Duke perform any studies or conduct any analyses regarding the economic impact of rate increases on industrial load in DEC and DEP?
I'm trying to, I don't think we've had a recent study. I think there was one maybe almost 10 years ago.
So at this time, I'll ask the chair if I may introduce Duke's response to Sigford's data request 4-7, which I'll request permission from the chair to mark for identification as Sigford 2 and 3. Carolina's Utility Operations Panel Direct Cross-Examination Exhibit Number 1.
No, you're good.
All right, the document will be marked for identification as Sigford 2 and 3, Carolina Utility Operations Panel Direct, Cross-Examination Exhibit 1.
Thank you, Chair Mitchell. I'll give you a second to review this response to data request. So now that you've had a chance to review Duke's response to this data request, can you please confirm that for purposes of the carbon plan filing, Duke did not conduct any studies or analyses regarding the impact of cost increases on the number of industrial customers or their load in North Carolina?
I think I would agree with this response that we are not aware of any studies.
And Mr. Peeler and/or Ms. Bateman, are you aware, I think Ms. Bateman, you referenced a study that was conducted perhaps around 10 years ago?
Yes, and I don't know whether it's a study, but there was the load retention rider that we were supporting that, and we had a witness that spoke to just the importance of industrial customers in our service territory.
Would you recognize that document if it was shown to you?
I probably would.
This was a docket that you previously provided testimony to this commission regarding. Is that accurate?
In that rate case, yes.
And that's docket number E2 sub 1023?
I will, subject to check, I will check your work.
Excellent. Okay, at this time, now I'll ask the chair for permission to introduce as Sigford 2 and 3, Carolina's Utility Operations Panel Direct Cross-Examination Exhibit Number 2, the executive summary and Chapter 1 of the study referenced by Ms. Bateman.
All right, the document will be marked for identification as Sigford 2 and 3, Carolina's Utility Operations Panel Direct Cross-Examination Exhibit 2.
Thank you, Chair Mitchell. Ms. Bateman, can you please turn to page 2? of the executive summary and read the first sentence of the second paragraph on this page.
Intuitively, if electricity is a major cost to a large electric load customer, the price of electricity can play a role in a firm's decision about a facility's location, expansion, or closing.
And next, can you please read the first sentence of the third paragraph on the same page?
This report also confirmed the importance of reliability and favorably priced electricity to economic development, and that the Carolinas are experiencing a transition in their economy generally to a more energy-intensive types of industries and facilities.
Thank you. And finally, will you please turn to page 3 and read the first two sentences of the second full paragraph, beginning with beyond these more region-wide?
Beyond these more region-wide economic impacts, there could be an effect on the remaining customers' rates when large electric users depart any regulated electric utility system. When electric load is lost from customers, severely cutting back on load, moving out of an electric utility service territory, or by going out of business entirely, the remaining customers will theoretically have to pay the fixed costs, non-energy related portion of revenues no longer being recovered from the lost customer.
Thank you. At this time, I'd ask the commission to please take judicial notice of the entirety of this document, which for conservation purposes, the entire document was not printed because it is quite lengthy. But I would ask the commission take judicial notice of this filing in docket number E2 sub 1023.
No objection.
Okay. I'm not hearing any objection to that request. The commission will take judicial notice of the document titled "The Economic and Rate Implications from an Electric Utilities Loss of Large Load Customers," dated March 9th, 2013, filed in docket number E2 sub 1023. Do we know the date on which it was filed?
That's a great question. I can tell you when it was drafted, but I cannot confirm that was also the date
Okay.
on which it was filed.
Okay. And I see that it was an exhibit to the testimony, exhibit 2 to the testimony of Julius Wright. Okay. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair Mitchell. Ms. Bateman, can you help us understand why Duke Energy did not commission a similar study or analysis when it was preparing its proposed carbon plan?
So I think what was behind, or the reason behind the preparation of this study, is because we were supporting a reduction or a discount for industrial customers and we wanted to support that discount. I'm not aware of any discount that we're proposing in this for any class of customers. And in fact, the legislation says that we should avoid cross-subsidization.
So is it your position that the portions of this document that you read into the record are no longer true as we sit here today?
I wouldn't say that. I would just say that that's why we didn't commission a specific study on that. I do think it's true that that cost impacts industrial customers and that can overflow into communities. But I also think if you look at this legislation, first of all, there's some protections in there for industrial customers in terms of how costs are allocated. And then I also think that we're seeing a growing interest in renewable energy from industrial customers. They either have their own renewable goals or own carbon goals. And so we think this legislation has actually been a positive in terms of economic development. And so I think I don't see this legislation or this carbon plan as a negative overall for industrial customers. I think there's definitely different things that you balance in terms of least costs and carbon reductions and all of that, but I don't think overall that it's negative.
But just to confirm, Duke did not analyze price-induced demand erosion as part of its proposed carbon plan filing, correct?
Correct.
And the companies likewise did not do any analysis to allocate projected carbon plan rate increases across customer classes. Is that right?
So there, yeah, we did not for the long term. There's a lot of uncertainty in terms of which cost allocation methodology will be approved by this commission in the next rate case and then also in future rate cases. So the particular cost allocation methodology is uncertain. Different rate design structures are uncertain. And so we thought it would not be helpful to try to model out a specific allocation to each class for this long-term modeling, but instead looked at overall percentage increases.
And so the projected rate impacts that were provided as part of the carbon plan, they reflect an equal percentage increase across customer classes. Is that right?
Correct. We thought that was the most most appropriate way to model it at this point with all of the uncertainty.
Ms. Bateman, you were involved in the legislative stakeholder process that culminated in the filing and enactment of House Bill 951, correct?
Correct.
Would you agree that
Well, I would say to a minimal amount, but yes.
would you agree that the House version of House Bill 951, if it had been enacted into law, would have prescribed the specific resource mix to serve as replacement capacity for Duke's retiring subcritical coal fleet?
Yes, I would agree with that.
Would you also agree that the Senate version, which was the one that was ultimately enacted into law, is different in that it gives the commission discretion to select the best resource mix for those replacement resources? Is that fair to say?
Yes, I would say the Senate version gave a lot more discretion to this commission.
And as part of that legislative stakeholder process, are you aware of whether Duke shared a handout tending to show typical bill impacts broken down by customer class associated with the early retirement of Duke's coal fleet?
So I believe we shared projected rate impacts of the House version of the bill, but not broken down by customer class. I believe we also shared some projections of T&D costs in our base case IRP, which, obviously not related to a carbon reduction plan, broken down by customer class. And the main point of that was to show the difference in the T&D impact on the different customer classes.
Okay, I'd like to introduce what I will request from the chair be marked for identification as SIGFR 2 and 3, Carolina Utility Operations Panel Direct Cross-Examination Exhibit number 3, which is a typical bill calculation handout that Ms. Bateman was just testifying about that was provided to the legislature last year.
Chair Mitchell, I just want to mention that this is really getting into Ms. Bateman's rebuttal testimony and where she addresses the request from intervening parties for an all-in bill estimate. We're comfortable with the testimony going forward, just would ask that we not have repeat questions when she comes up on rebuttal.
Chair Mitchell, I understand Ms. Nichols' concern. However, the line of questioning here is really going to the jurisdictional cost allocation issue rather than the all-in rate impact issue.
All right, and I understand Ms. Nichols to say that they're comfortable with the questions moving forward. She's not objecting to the questions at this point in time, just asking that there be mindful of redundancy when this panel is up on rebuttal.
Understood. There won't be duplicative cross. Thanks.
right, Ms. Kress, let's mark this document. Did you already make that request?
I did, Chairman,
All
but
right.
I can repeat it.
All right, well, I didn't hear any objections, so we'll go ahead and mark it as SIG for 2 and 3, Carolina Utilities Panel Direct, Cross-Examination, Exhibit 3.
Thank you, Chair Mitchell. Ms. Bateman, can you please turn to page 2 of this handout?
Yes.
And under the first bullet titled Cost of Service, would you please read the first 2 bullet points?
Let me just look at what this is. I'll just say I'm not familiar with this particular PowerPoint, so I don't have any context for that, but I can read the bullet points.
So is it your testimony that you did not prepare this document or have anything to do with presenting it to the legislative stakeholder process participants?
I wouldn't say I didn't have anything to do with it, but I don't recognize this particular PowerPoint. There are pieces in it that I recognize, but I don't recognize the PowerPoint.
Okay, well, let's talk about the pieces in the PowerPoint that you do recognize. Which portions do you recognize?
So I recognize I recognize slide 5, but it's missing some footnotes from what I provided. And then I'm generally familiar with the typical bill calculations. But yeah, I would say slide 5. And it's missing some footnotes.
Well, understanding that this was not altered from the state in which it was received, is it fair to say that on page 3, the estimated bill impacts appear to be shown broken down by customer class?
I'm going to object to this line of questioning since the witness doesn't recognize the document and there's been no foundation laid for it.
Chair Mitchell, the witness testified moments ago that there were portions of the document she is familiar with, including, as she testified, the estimated bill impacts, which is the page on which I'm asking her questions.
All right, I'm going to overrule the objection, and I'll allow you to ask the questions, recognizing that the witness has testified that there is information missing from the document based on her recollection, and we'll give her testimony the way it's due.
Thank you.
And I will just clarify this estimated bill impacts, slide 3. I'm not familiar with this slide. I am familiar with kind of how we break down typical commercial and typical industrial customers in the most left-hand column.
Okay, and on page 2, bill impact modeling assumptions, do you agree with me that this document appears to show that costs will be shared across jurisdictions, both North Carolina and South Carolina customers?
I don't see that on here.
Does it say combined North Carolina and South Carolina in bullet point 2?
Yes, yes. Okay, I see it. Yes.
Thank you. We will move on unless Mr. Peeler, you happen to be familiar with this document,
I'm not.
then we will move on. Okay. Ms. Bateman, are you familiar with a projected rate impact analysis that was performed for the House version of House Bill 951 by the public staff?
Yes.
At this time, I'd like to mark for identification the public staff's House Bill 951, version 10 analysis dated July 9th, 2021. And I'd request that this be marked as Sigford 2 and 3, Carolina's Utility Operations Panel Direct, Cross-Examination, Exhibit number 4.
All right, the document will be marked as SIGFR 2 and 3, Carolina's Utilities Operations Panel, Direct Cross-Examination, Exhibit 4.
Ms. Bateman, do you agree with me that this document provides estimated rate impacts associated with the House version of House Bill 951 broken down by customer class?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and would you also agree with me that this document provides a comparison between estimated rate impacts associated with Duke's 2020 IRP plan as contrasted to the House version of House Bill 951?
Yes, I think it was one of the portfolios in the 2020 IRP.
Has Duke performed an apples to apples comparison comparing its 2020 IRP estimated rate impacts versus the House version of House Bill 951 as compared to its proposed carbon plan filing? So essentially adding a third bucket here to the public staff's framework.
No, so you're asking if we prepared kind of the 2020 IRP to the House bill version, to the House version of the bill, to the carbon plan on like an apples to apples basis with all the same input assumptions.
That's right.
We have not done that. We did provide bill impacts in the 2020 IRP. We provided bill impacts in the carbon plan, but they were at different points in time with different assumptions that were appropriate based on when they were prepared.
How would the proposed carbon plan rate impacts compare to the rate impacts listed on the public staff's analysis here?
Just give me a minute to get there.
Absolutely, thanks.
Looking at 2030, it looks like for DEP, most of the, hold on a second here. It looks like most of the carbon plan impacts are higher.
Thank you. Ms. Bateman, were you in the hearing room when your colleagues on the modeling panel testified that the carbon plan assumes costs will be shared across Duke's North and South Carolina customers?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that revenue requirements are established based on cost of service studies that your team will have a role in preparing?
Yes,
And then those costs will be allocated on a jurisdictional and customer class basis?
yes.
For a utility operating in multiple jurisdictions, is it fair to say that consistency between regulatory bodies of those jurisdictions is important to the utility?
I would say in some aspects, yes.
Help us understand in what aspects it would not be important.
There could be particular rate design offerings that can vary from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. There are some things that can vary from jurisdiction to jurisdiction without an impact on the utility.
With respect to jurisdictional cost allocation, is consistency across the regulatory bodies important to the utility?
Yes,
Why is that?
because when you allocate to the jurisdictions, if jurisdictions use different allocation methodologies, there could be leakage where the utility is not able to recover its full costs.
So a possible under collection of the total revenue requirement.
Correct.
And what happens in a scenario where there is an under collection of revenue by the utility as a result of a jurisdictional inconsistency?
So it can sometimes just result in under collected costs.
And in other times?
If there's an inconsistency, it can be under or over.
And then how does the utility attempt to rectify that situation?
We attempt to have consistency in the allocation methodologies.
Right, but when there is not consistency in the allocation methodologies, what are the options available to the utility to try to recoup those lost revenues?
I'm not sure I'm not sure what you're asking.
I'll try restating it. So you've testified that Plan A is consistency across jurisdictions. What happens when there is inconsistency across jurisdictions and then there's been, as you testified, an under collection of revenues? What options are available to the utility to remedy that situation?
So I think what you might be asking about, and I'll just go ahead and hit it directly, is we have assumed consistency or alignment between North and South Carolina in terms of this carbon plan. We are still hopeful that that will happen. We see evidence of interest in renewables in South Carolina. So they've recently opened a docket on renewables procurement. We see indications of interest along those lines. We do plan to file an IRP next year that is in South Carolina that is informed by the Commission's ultimate decision in this docket. So that is our plan and our hope. However, I understand there is a possibility that that won't happen, that South Carolina will opt for different policy than North Carolina. And so that is something that we are aware of, that we have been thinking about. But we believe, so while we're hopeful for that, we are also starting to look at a framework that could allow for the dual state system to continue, because we think there's a lot of benefits to the dual state system. But that would also allow for differences in state policy. And so I'm going to flip to it so I get the names of the utilities correct. But we have, fortunately, we are not the first utility to grapple with this issue of operating a dual state system and having differences in state policy. And so just some other utilities that we are starting to look at, there's Appalachian Power. They operate in Virginia and West Virginia. And of course, Virginia has the Clean Economy Act and West Virginia does not. And so they have developed a framework where West Virginia, for certain resources, can participate or not participate. We're looking at Southwestern Electric Power Company, also known as SWEPCO. They operate in Texas, Louisiana, and Arkansas, in 3 different states, 3 different policies. And they've developed a framework where the states can either opt in or opt out of different resources. And so we are looking at developing a framework in the Carolinas that will work for North and South Carolina. So, there's other utilities that have done this that maybe worked for those states. We have lessons that we can learn, but we want to work with the public staff, the ORS, both commissions, to develop a framework that will work for North and South Carolina. And I believe both Witness Bowman and Witness Snyder kind of alluded to that framework would not be South Carolina just opts out of a particular resource, North Carolina pays 100% of that resource, end of story. The benefits would flow with the costs. And so if North Carolina is paying for 100% of a resource, 100% of the output from that generation would go to North Carolina customers. And so their allocation of the rest of the system would be lower. And so it's still very much a work in progress, but it is a concern for us, and it is something that we are actively looking at. And we hope to have more clarity by the time we get to this, the next carbon plan proceeding.
Thank you for that. You've already testified that you were in the hearing room when your colleagues on the modeling panel testified that the carbon plan assumes costs will be shared across both jurisdictions. But have the companies modeled cost estimates and bill impacts in the event that South Carolina does not approve the carbon plan or otherwise disallows carbon plan cost recovery?
So no, we have not. And like I said, I mean, there's probably many reasons that the modeling team did not model that. But also, we're just now developing this framework, so it's not clear exactly how it would work in terms of being able to model it.
Okay. I'd like to introduce what I'll ask the chair for permission to mark for identification purposes as SIGFR 2 and 3, Carolina's Utility Operations Panel Direct Cross-Examination Exhibit number 5, which is Duke's response to SIGFR data request 1-3.
All right, document will be marked for identification as SIGFR 2 and 3. Carolina Utilities, Operations, Direct, Cross-Examination, Exhibit number 5.
Thank you, Chair Mitchell. Ms. Bateman, do you see about, I'm sorry, you're just now getting the document.
Yes.
Do you see about middle of the way through the response where it states, to the extent that alignment cannot be achieved, it will be necessary for each state to separately plan to serve its respective retail load?
Yes.
Have the companies undertaken any analysis or modeling to the effect of what that would cost if the companies had to pursue those options?
So I don't think there's clarity yet on what that would look like. And so when I read that statement, we would have to know what that resource would be for North Carolina, what differences South Carolina would want. And then how we go about modeling that in terms of, if there's some joint resources, like our system today, our dual state system has been developed, there's a lot of benefits to it, but all of our resources are joint resources between North and South Carolina. If going forward, we have this world where we have joint resources, but then we are also able to have North Carolina only resources and South Carolina only resources, I don't think we have a clear vision yet of what that would look like. And I think we really do need to go through the process of this carbon plan and then the IRP proceeding that I referenced in South Carolina next year to get more information from both commissions on what types of resources they would want us to invest in.
So is it fair to say that Duke's approach at this juncture is that this issue would fall under the overarching check and adjust strategy of coming back in 2024 for the next carbon plan proceeding and potentially modifying in accordance with what may or may not happen in South Carolina?
I would agree with that. I think, we think the near-term actions are appropriate regardless of how that turns out. But I do think our first hope is for alignment, and that is the plan A. However, if we should have more clarity by the time we get here in 2024 in terms of what that will look like.
What happens to the carbon plan costs incurred between 2022 and 2024 to the extent that the South Carolina jurisdictional allocable share is not able to be recovered from Duke's South Carolina ratepayers?
Yeah, and so I mentioned the near-term actions that we think those are appropriate, whether South Carolina is participating in any one specific resource or not. If you look at, I think we're getting a little bit into my rebuttal testimony, but I had referenced that North Carolina is about 80% of the system. And if you look at the near-term actions, what we'd be doing in the near term, that it is less than 80% of what will ultimately be required. And so we think the resources in the near-term action plan will be required whether or not South Carolina participates in them. And I'll say there's one exception to that. I believe it is the CTs. But, South Carolina can't opt out of all of the resources. There will be guidelines along that they need to build something for their load.
Okay. Thank you for that. At this time, I would like to introduce what all requests be marked as SIGFR 2 and 3, Carolina's Utility Operations Panel Direct, Cross-Examination Exhibit number 6, which is Duke's response to Walmart Data Request 1-7.
All right, document will be marked SIGFR 2 and 3, Carolina's Utilities Operations Panel Direct, Cross-Examination Exhibit number 6.
Thank you, Chair Mitchell. Ms. Bateman, would you agree with me that subpart C to this data request asks, have the companies performed any estimate of the increased cost to customers if there is an, quote, ultimate separation of the utilities? If so, please provide that analysis, including a description of the types of costs the companies would expect to incur and the amount of such costs if known. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. And can you please read Duke's response to subpart C for the record?
Okay. And I'll just note that I did not respond to this, so I'm reading it for the first time, but I'll read it. The companies object to this request to the extent it seeks analysis that is subject to the attorney-client and attorney-work product privileges. Notwithstanding and without waiving this objection, separation of the utilities, if ultimately deemed necessary, would require consideration of multiple different scenarios and potential options, legacy assets, new resource plans, and ownership, credit and financing impacts, along with required changes to operational functions and enabling infrastructure would need to be studied in detail and would be subject to regulatory review and approval from the NCUC and Public Service Commission of South Carolina and FERC.
So Duke has acknowledged then that the carbon plan as a resource plan would be different if South Carolina refuses to allow or approve Duke's proposed carbon plan filing.
I'm not sure that that's what this says. It just says that if we were to separate the utilities, that there would be a lot of work involved with that, a lot of complications. And I think what we're looking at now is an alternative to completely legally separating North and South Carolina, and instead looking at some of what some of these other utilities have done, where we can maintain a dual state system, but allow for differences in state policy. And I don't know what that would look like. So I think that's something that we need to have some more conversations about and get more clarity about. If there's particular resources that South Carolina may not want to participate in, but maybe they want 100% of something else. And so we would just have to see what that looks like.
Okay, thank you. Earlier, you testified about the Virginia Clean Economy Act.
Yes.
I'd like to introduce what all requests be marked as SIG for 2 and 3. Carolina's Utility Operations Panel Direct, Cross-Examination Exhibit number 7, which is a copy of the Virginia Clean Economy Act.
Chair Mitchell, I'm not sure what relevance a Virginia statute has to the discussion that we're having today. We would be happy to stipulate the statute into the record, but we have our own statute.
Chair Mitchell, the witness brought up the Virginia Clean Economy Act, specifically regarding to the jurisdictional cost allocation issue. And my question is going to be a single question directly relevant to that issue pertaining to her prior testimony about this very legislation.
All right, well, I'm going to overrule the objection, allow the question. My recollection is that her testimony pertained to the Appalachian Power scenario, the Virginia and West Virginia jurisdictional differences, so I'll allow the question.
Thank you, Chair Mitchell. Ms. Bateman, if you could just turn with me to page 29.
Yes.
Can you tell me if I'm reading this correctly in section F, the very last sentence of section F on page 29, which reads, if a phase 1 or phase 2 utility serves customers in more than one jurisdiction, such utility shall recover all of the costs of compliance with the RPS program requirements from its Virginia customers through the applicable cost recovery mechanism, and all associated energy, capacity, and environmental attributes shall be assigned to Virginia to the extent that such costs are requested but not recovered from any system customers outside the Commonwealth. Did I read that correctly?
You read that correctly, but I'm not sure that we should assume that what Virginia does is exactly what will happen in North and South Carolina.
You were anticipating my question, but you didn't anticipate it quite correctly. The question is, there's no language like that in House Bill 951, correct?
That is correct.
All right.
And I will just add, I think we're looking at developing a framework that can accommodate differences in state policy and not just direct assign costs to one state versus another without making sure that the benefits go along with those costs.
And you also testified earlier that Duke is, and I'll characterize it this way, tell me if you disagree. Duke is optimistic that it will be able to continue dual state operations through constructive regulatory environments in both North Carolina and South Carolina, correct?
I think I used the word hopeful.
Hopeful, okay. Well, can you stipulate that those are synonyms? For the most part. In any event, hopeful,
Objection.
yeah. It was a joke, but okay. Ms. Bateman, I would like to ask some questions exploring that hopefulness, to use your word, regarding the South Carolina, the ability for Duke to continue operating as a dual state utility, specifically in the context of the carbon plan. At this time, I would like to, I think this is my last exhibit, if not, it's my second to last, but I request permission to mark for identification as SIG for 2 and 3, Carolina's Utility Operations Panel Direct Cross-Examination Exhibit number 8. And this is a letter that I will be asking the witness about.
All right, the document will be marked for identification purposes as Carolina's Utilities Operations Panel Direct Cross-Examination Exhibit number 8.
Thank you, Chair Mitchell.
To be clear, SIG for 2 and 3, Carolina's Utilities Operations Panel Direct Cross-Examination Exhibit number 8.
Ms. Bateman, have you seen this letter before?
Yes.
What is your understanding about the purpose of this letter?
I might need to refresh just a little bit.
Sure.
I believe it was citing some legal concerns with having a joint carbon plan proceeding with North and South Carolina. It's from the Attorney General in South Carolina to one of the legislators.
Okay. And is it fair to say that Chair Sandifer reached out to the South Carolina Attorney General's office requesting an advisory letter regarding House Bill 951, which, quote, will impose North Carolina's legislatively mandated greenhouse costs onto Duke Energy's South Carolina customers?
Objection. I don't know that this witness has any knowledge of what members of the General Assembly or the AG's office in South Carolina intended.
Chair Mitchell, I was reading an excerpt from the letter that stated the inquiry from Chairman Sandifer to Attorney General Wilson.
All right, I'm gonna sustain the objection. You can ask her to read the letter or ask the question and ask a different question on the letter.
Okay. Ms. Bateman, can you please turn to page 3 of this letter?
Yes.
Can you please read, beginning with the first full sentence, can you please read the remainder of the paragraph at the top of the page?
Starting with the recent South Carolina Supreme Court.
Starting with first of all.
First of all, and then through the end of that paragraph.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
First of all, we are aware of no instance where this statute has been employed for such a joint hearing since its enactment in 1932. Regardless, however, we do not think that the Commission may order South Carolina ratepayers to cover the cost of Duke Energy's compliance with HB 951, a North Carolina statute, through utilization of 58-27-170. The recent South Carolina Supreme Court decision in Duke Energy Carolinas, which will be discussed below, illustrates vividly that the South Carolina General Assembly has not authorized the PSC to develop a carbon plan on the basis of a North Carolina statute, pursuant to a proceeding presided over by the NCUC and using only North Carolina law as its basis. We think that this proposal stretches South Carolina law and federal constitutional law past the breaking point. Indeed, rather than seeking a constitutionally authorized compact between the two states, such a joint proceeding raises significant constitutional concerns as well. Thus, to our mind, if the PSC engaged in this plan, it would run the risk of usurping the legislative powers of the General Assembly and could well violate the state and federal constitutions. We do not believe that current law nor constitution so permits.
Ms. Bateman, I'm sorry, go ahead. Can you help us understand the basis for Duke's hopefulness that it will be able to continue its dual state operations with the carbon plan in light of this type of political and legal environment in South Carolina?
Yes. So I think I said that we were hopeful that we can achieve alignment in terms of the resources. So I think this is mainly a legal letter about a particular joint proceeding. But some of the things that make us still hopeful is that the South Carolina Commission has opened a docket to consider renewable procurement, similar to the 2022 solar procurement docket before this commission. They have a docket to study integration of renewable resources on the system and recently had a workshop on that. The South Carolina General Assembly is exploring renewable resources and the impact on economic development. So we see interest there. The companies have engaged with stakeholders on potential new renewable customer programs in the state and see a lot of interest there. And then also just the growing need of our customers. And so just like many members of SIGFR, we have industrial customers in South Carolina that have their own renewable and carbon goals and are expressing interest in procurement of those resources. So those are just a few of the things that lead us to believe that South Carolina is interested in renewable generation and some of the very same resources that we have listed in the carbon plan. And so I know they don't want to be controlled by a North Carolina law, but I do think that they may end up coming to the exact same resource plan. We see a lot of interest in renewables, a lot of change moving in that direction in South Carolina. But nevertheless, we are working on developing a framework where if we don't achieve alignment, that we can maintain the dual state system and allow for differences in state policy. That would be fair and equitable to both states. So again, benefits going with costs.
Thank you. If the commission were to order Duke to model a scenario in which South Carolina does not pay for its jurisdictional allocable share of carbon plan costs, would Duke do so?
Well,
I just want to object. The question includes an assumption about jurisdictional allocable costs, and what Ms. Bateman was just testifying about is a different type of allocation methodology.
Chair Mitchell, it was a hypothetical, and I think it's absolutely relevant and material to this line of questioning, this inquiry. There has been testimony from multiple witnesses about this.
All right, I'll overrule the objection. You answer the question, please, ma'am.
so obviously we would do our very best to do anything that this commission asks us to do. However, I do think it would be difficult given that we are just starting to develop this framework where costs go with benefits. And so I think we would need to make some assumptions, and that might not be where we land with the framework.
Okay, thank you. And last but not least, Mr. Peeler, I've got a few questions for you. I will ask that SIG for 2 and 3's final exhibit for this panel be identified and marked for the record as SIG for 2 and 3, Carolina's Utility Operations Panel Direct, Cross-Examination Exhibit number 9, which is Duke's response to Public Staff Data Request 13-9.
All right, the document will be marked as SIG for 2 and 3, Carolina's Utilities Operations Panel Direct, Cross-Examination Exhibit number 9.
Thank you, Chair Mitchell. Mr. Peeler, you were the responder for this data request, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And am I correct that in response to subpart D of this data request, you state in part that, quote, developing execution plans for a merger is not timely until more clarity is gained regarding the direction resource planning will take in South Carolina?
Excuse me just a minute to read it. Yeah, could you just repeat the question, make sure I answered exactly what you asked?
How about you, sir, read your answer to subpart D into
Developing execution plans for a merger is not timely until more clarity is gained regarding the direction resource planning will take in South Carolina. CSO execution plans are being developed to allow for future flexibility if merging the utilities is later determined to be most beneficial for both North and South Carolina customers and stakeholders.
Thank you. Nothing further for this panel.
All right, let's see. Next up would be SACE. Go ahead, Mr. Neal.
Thank you, Chair Mitchell. David Neal for SACE et al. Good morning, Mr. Peeler, Ms. Bateman.
Good morning.
Oh gosh, good afternoon. Mr. Peeler, starting with you. On page 5 of your testimony. Could you read the first sentence there at I'm sorry, on line 12, the sentence starting combining into a single?
Combining into a single balancing authority to manage load and resources produces savings annually for customers, helps accommodate expanded levels of variable renewable energy resources, substantially reduces forced solar curtailment, and eliminates several hundred annual combustion turbine starts that increase fleet maintenance costs.
Thank you. And you would agree that the next sentence, you also note benefits to customers in the form of lower fuel costs and reduced carbon dioxide emissions, correct?
Correct.
And would you agree that one reason for the benefits that you outline in your testimony is that the aggregate output from variable renewable generation becomes less variable as the geographic size of the balancing area containing those resources and the load that they serve increase?
To an extent, yes.
And by the same token, enhanced interregional connections with neighboring utilities or wholesale energy markets could provide similar economic and reliability benefits to the ones that you outlined in your testimony.
Not completely in this context, but to some extent, a larger footprint, as you described, can support, improved dispatch. But in this regard, such a construct doesn't really support resource plans like we're talking about here to actually place renewable resources. So the type of construct you're talking about is an operating only construct, not a resource plan.
But you would agree that from an operational point of view, some of the benefits that you described from having variable resources serve a larger area could apply from a operations point of view.
Again, I would agree up to a certain point. There's diminishing return on scale and resources. The Duke Energy system scale is very large when combined and has a wide range of diverse resources that actually support that. Things like pump storage, various types of generation that's very capable of managing the variability. So there's a diminishing return is my point. The Duke Energy system is very large and reaches near that diminishing return.
And Ms. Bateman, turning to your testimony on the issue of rate disparities between the Duke utilities, which I believe you discuss on page 9.
Yes.
As I recall, your testimony there was in the context of this issue of a merger of DEC and DEP, and that is it fair to say that that merger would take some time?
Yes, I believe we had an appendix to our testimony that laid out a potential timeline.
And so even following a merger, as I understand your testimony, rate disparities may persist such that retail customers of the current DEP service territory may remain higher than for retail customers in the DEC territory. Isn't that right?
So yes, I think, I talked about if we were to merge, the discretion that this commission would have on how quickly or slowly to merge those rates. And this is something that this commission deals with in every rate case, but typically between customer classes. And so sometimes there's different returns that are being earned from different classes. So one class might be subsidizing another class, and we try to move those returns closer together, but we employ a principle of gradualism to avoid rate shock. And I think those are two principles that I know the public staff has testified to and that we employ in establishing those rate increases by customer class.
And given that disparity that exists and may persist even following a merger, to the extent a carbon plan compliance pathway that otherwise complies with all the requirements of House Bill 951, like least cost, reliability, carbon reduction, all that. To the extent that you had a compliance pathway that had relatively higher rate increases for the DEC retail customers than the DEP retail customers, that would help to mitigate that disparity, isn't that right?
So no, if we're in a scenario where a merger between DEP and DEC is accomplished, new costs or cost increases, so back to kind of how we deal with differences in customer classes today. So new increases are spread typically based on rate base. So they're spread more proportionally and to the customer classes, and in this example would be spread more proportionally to DEC and DEP customers. It's how you address that existing disparity that can be done over time and with gradualism.
So to the extent that the companies incurred carbon compliance costs before a merger and had to allocate those costs between DEC and DEP, to the extent that occurred, and you had relatively higher costs imposed on DEC customers than DEP customers, in that scenario, that would help to mitigate the existing rate disparity, right?
So potentially, I think I testify in my rebuttal testimony, if we look at revenue requirement impacts through 2026, that they tend to be, the difference between DEP and DEC is very small. And in several of the portfolios, in fact, I think a majority of the portfolios, the impact to DEC is greater than DEP. But some of that will depend on rate case timing, and our modeling assumes perfect rate making, meaning that as soon as the costs are incurred, they're reflected in customers' rates. And that's not necessarily how the real world works. So there could be some other factors that weigh into that.
Returning to the topic that you were discussing earlier about jurisdictional allocation, you would agree that whatever carbon plan this commission adopts, or whatever resource portfolio is adopted to comply with HB 951, the focus on any dispute between North and South Carolina would be really on the incremental costs of meeting those carbon reduction goals, not the entire PVRR, present value revenue requirement. Isn't that right?
So I think the way that we've been thinking about it is we are asking the commission to approve the near-term actions that we requested in this proceeding. And then we've been thinking about a framework where not necessarily looking at incremental cost versus base cost, because I think that's going to evolve as we get further out in time, and is just not how we've been thinking about it. But instead, we've been thinking about resource by resource. Is this a joint state resource? Is this a North Carolina only resource? Is this a South Carolina only resource? And then the cost of that resource, as well as the output of that resource, would go directly to that state if it were a North Carolina only or South Carolina only resource.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right, tech customers.
Thank you, Chair Mitchell. Craig Shower on behalf of the tech customers. If at the conclusion of South Carolina's 2023 IRP, Duke finds a disalignment of policies between North Carolina and South Carolina, will Duke model the potential disallowance of costs by South Carolina as part of Duke's next carbon plan?
So I might phrase it differently because, again, the framework that we've been thinking of is you have joint resources, North Carolina only resources, and South Carolina only resources. So if we have more clarity at that point on both the resource plans and the framework, then I think we would.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right, Walmart.
Councilor Walmart instructed me to tell you that she wouldn't have any questions. Secret planning questions that she.
Okay. Public staff.
Good afternoon, Ms. Bateman.
Good
Mr.
afternoon.
Taylor, Lucy Edmondson with the public staff. When do you expect the South Carolina IRP proceeding to conclude?
Actually, I don't know for sure. I think we're going to file it in the middle of next year, but I don't know.
I don't know. We can certainly find that out, but it's to be filed in, I believe it's third quarter of 23.
And do you recall how long the last one took, not counting appeals?
I do not.
So just trying to get an idea of when we could expect a decision from South Carolina. Do you think it'll be in 2023, 24, 25?
I think we could get an answer for you, but I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay, I may ask you that on the rebuttal.
Okay.
Thank
Or
you.
I'm sure you could ask the modeling panel.
Okay. Ms. Bateman, Mr. Peeler, on page 9 of your testimony, you have a chart showing the difference in retail rates between DEC and DEP.
Yes,
And those rates are an average retail rate in cents per kilowatt hour.
correct,
And your numbers go through 2019.
correct.
Did you all have a chance to review Mr. McLaughlin's testimony?
I did.
Did you, on page 6, do you have the testimony with you?
Yes,
On page 6 of his testimony, he has a table 1.
yes,
And he is using a different basis for his table. Correct?
correct. He is looking at the typical residential customer using 1,000 kWh. And I believe it's, and probably have to ask Mr. McLaughlin. I wasn't able to tie exactly to his numbers, but there's many different ways that you can look at it. Summer, winter, annualized. I know he's got as of August in there, so I don't have any reason to dispute his numbers. But there's many different ways to look at it, and you can get slightly different answers.
Did your numbers include the various riders?
Yes, they did.
And so you couldn't tie his numbers, but do you dispute his numbers?
No,
And understanding that your two charts compare different things. You would agree Mr. McLaughlin's chart shows a much larger disparity between DEC and DEP customers.
I don't know that I would agree with that. I think they both show a disparity, and they both show that disparity changing over time. And that's what I would say is that, so for example, on my chart in 2010, if you're doing cents per kWh, maybe that's the same as dollars per 1,000 kWh. Or I'm sorry. Yeah, I think you could compare that. So I've got like $1.50, and he's got like $10. So I think they're pretty comparable. I think they both show it that DEP has higher rates, and they both show that how far apart they are fluctuates over time. In some years it gets closer together, in other years it gets further apart. And I think I testified in my rebuttal testimony that a significant portion of that difference is due to the fuel rates, differences in the fuel rates. And so if you think about the volatility of fuel, the timing of the different fuel proceedings, you could have an issue where one utility has an over recovery and the other one has an under recovery. In the same time period, one might be collecting an over recovery and the other an under recovery. And so that can make your rates look further apart or closer together, depending on what's going on with the over or under recovery in fuel.
But his chart also included 2020, 21, and 22,
Correct.
and those show an increasing disparity.
Well, again, I would just say that they show a disparity, and since most of it is driven by fuel, I don't know that you can look at any particular trend. And I think they go further apart, they go closer together, they go further apart, they go closer together. And we've seen that over many, many years. I think he goes back to 2007, and he went from 2007 to 2012, but you can see it over that whole time period. They go closer together, they go further apart.
All right, turning to page 14 of your testimony. On lines 4 through 6, you say that one option to address rate disparities is to evaluate whether DEC could own solar generation in DEP's territory.
Yes.
What is the status of that evaluation?
So I'll speak to it a little bit. I mean, and then I'm going to ask Nelson maybe to help because it has to do with transmission. So DEC could own the solar generation. But if it's used for capacity, in order to get any capacity credit for it, there would have to be firm transmission, I believe. And so I think just working through that, what would be the most cost-effective way to do it? Is it more cost-effective for DEC to own solar generation in DEC service territory, or to own in DEP service territory and build the transmission for it? Or is there some other creative scenario or arrangement that we haven't thought of?
Yeah, I'll just add, and Ms. Bateman covered it, but looking at the options, if we're going to count capacity of that solar, we would need a firm path to get it to the other operating company. And that potentially adds cost, which might make that not the most cost-effective way to do it. So I'll just say the evaluation is really in that preliminary, somewhat of a discussion stage to determine if it's feasible, but no real thorough analysis about all those potential complications.
When do you expect this evaluation to be concluded?
So it's part of our overall, work here around the work with the framework that Ms. Bateman mentioned earlier about the potential for a framework that allows some variation in state policy. We're really focused on that right now, and this is an alternative. So I would say, it's definitely not while we're doing these proceedings. I would think it goes in that same timeline with the other work with South Carolina. So into next year as a potential option.
Right. And also on line 9, you say you're evaluating joint ownership of wind generation.
Correct.
Is that being evaluated on the same timeline, Mr. Bueller?
I would say yes. It's just, again, this is intended to provide some potential scenarios of options, the things that could be done. Certainly with wind, wind's a capacity resource, so there would definitely need to be some transmission to be addressed there. But it's in that same time frame of the overall review.
And on line 18 of that same page, you talk about allocating transmission investments. Is that again sort of on the same time frame as well?
It is, and I'll just add the other piece to that one is if we do not end up going forward with the utility merger, we still would intend to go forward with consolidated operations as defined in here, which would create a single transmission planning footprint and a single transmission tariff for the Carolinas operation. So that would create a single transmission rate for the Carolinas.
Yeah, and I think that's just to add that would be the wholesale OAT transmission rate would be one rate. And so one thing that we could consider if a merger was not feasible is proposing something similar in the retail rates.
And when would you expect Duke and all of us to know whether a merger was feasible or not?
I'll just reference the timeline in our exhibit. It's just kind of an indicative timeline, but really we were looking at some evaluation over roughly the next 9 months that helps us do some cost benefit analysis and other things, and then following that with stakeholder engagement. So it's probably late 23, early 24 before there's a clear direction on that.
And then I would just add that approval is needed from 3 regulatory commissions. And so there might not be clarity on that until we get further into the timeline.
Were you here for the line of questioning during the modeling panel regarding the selection of combined cycles in P1 through P4, which would have one located in DEC territory and one in DEP? Are you familiar with that?
Most of their testimony.
I'm not certain, but I'm certainly happy to take a question.
Okay. And you'll accept that in P1 through P4, it has 1 CC in each territory?
Yes.
And then in portfolio 5, both CCs are in the DEC territory. If the commission's carbon plan selected both CCs to be in DEC territory, would Duke propose to construct one CC in DEP's territory or come up with a way to allocate?
Just make sure I've got the question right. Are you asking, would we cite one in DEP and one in DEC? I guess my answer would be that we aren't to the citing point yet, that those discussions are really just for modeling and indicative of where they would be. So we would select the best location, whether it would be DEC or DEP, based on assuming a merger, based on a lot of things that go into that. Fuel supply, transmission access, all those types of things.
And just to clarify your hypothetical, are you saying the commission adopts a carbon plan that has one combined cycle in DEC and one combined cycle in DEP service territories?
Right.
So I would assume if that's what the commission directs us to do, that we would do that.
Yeah, I misunderstood. I'm sorry.
It's fine. And you would agree that siting of the new carbon plan generation is going to be an important consideration as to cost allocation?
Yeah, citing's an important for a number of reasons.
And you would agree a merger of the DC and DEP could potentially obviate the issues about siting and allocation?
Yes, I would agree.
All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Right, at this point, we are going to break for lunch. And we'll be back on, so we'll go off the record. We'll be back on at 1:45. Please, we are at redirect for the panel.
Sure, just a few questions. Mr. Peeler, do you recall Ms. Kress was asking you some questions regarding a response to the public staff data request regarding merging DEC and DEP?
Yes.
Does the timeline showing a merger by beginning of 2027 in your Exhibit 1 give the companies time to get further clarity on the alignment between North Carolina and South Carolina?
Yes, it does.
And if the companies are able to merge DEC and DEP by 2027, are the alternative methods for addressing rate differential between DEC and DEP needed?
No, I don't believe they are.
Can you explain why?
There's very minimal investment in the carbon related to the carbon plan between those time periods. And there's very little difference between the investments in DEP and DEC during that time. So very little opportunity for additional rate disparity to occur.
Thank you. Nothing further.
All right, we will take questions from commissioners. Commissioner Gladfelter. Okay, Commissioner Gladfelter.
Ms. Bateman, you were asking a number of questions by council about the South Carolina IRP proceedings. Are you familiar with the documents and the filings throughout the course of 2022 and the Integrated Resource Plan proceedings in South Carolina?
So I was not involved in those proceedings.
You were not.
So
How about you, Mr. Peeler?
No, sir.
So if I wanted to ask you a question about the portfolio that was ultimately adopted pursuant to directive by the South Carolina Public Service Commission, you would not be the person to ask that question about.
I would, if it gets into any details, I mean, I know it was called A2.
A2.
But I think any details about that portfolio, I would address to the modeling panel.
To the modeling
They
panel? All
were
right.
definitely
Well, let me
involved in
try
that.
with you and see, because if you do know the answer, that saves us time going down the road. If you don't, I'll ask them.
Sure.
In portfolio A2, which is the one that the commission ultimately approved, it has that Marshall units 1 through 4 would retire in 2035 and Belews Creek 1 and 2 would retire in 2039. And my question, based on the summary materials that I've got, is I'm not sure whether those are still running as coal, 100% coal units, or were they contemplated under that portfolio at some point to switch to predominantly gas units?
I would ask the modeling.
Yeah, I'll
panel.
ask the modeling panel. Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, Commissioner Duffley.
Good afternoon. So I had a clarification question about an exchange you had with Ms. Kress. And you mentioned the frameworks that were being developed by Appalachian Power and SWEPCO. And I just want to make sure I heard accurately what you were saying. So in this allocation of costs between jurisdictions, as I understood it, the framework would, if a certain jurisdiction paid for the plant, they'd get the full output of the plant. And then I heard that the allocation of system cost would be lower. And I just want to clarify. So for example, if North Carolina paid for a plant, they would receive full output of that plant. And then North Carolina's allocation of the system cost would be lower. So let's say 80-20, that 80% North Carolina through accounting, y'all would somehow figure out the benefits and lower that 80% allocation factor. Is that correct?
Yeah, and so I was not necessarily referencing how Appalachian Power or SWEPCO do it. For that, I was talking about how we've been thinking about this. And so I think you'd have, if there were a North Carolina only resource, like let's say some amount of solar, that was North Carolina only. So the output from that solar would go directly to North Carolina retail. And then the allocation of the remaining system would be lower than it otherwise would be. Now, things that we haven't worked through yet is that based on marginal cost? Do you have two separate stacks? Do you have like a North Carolina stack and a South Carolina stack? And when you get to the top of the stack, that's when is South Carolina buying from North Carolina at the top of the stack? And you have some marginal variable costs, marginal fuel and variable energy that transfer over, along with some amount of capacity cost that is associated with that generation at the top of the stack. So that would be one way to do it. You could also do it based on embedded or average cost. So for the example of the 80/20, if let's say 5% of that 80 is served by the solar, then your allocation of the remaining costs, you just adjust the allocation factors, both in the fuel proceeding for that variable fuel cost and in the base rate case for the capacity piece of it. That would be another way to think about it. So, so I think these are the kind of questions that we're wrestling with and that we need to figure out answers to. And then also, I think we don't think South Carolina could just opt out of everything. You do need to build something to serve your load. And so what kind of parameters and limitations do we want to put on it? So those are some of the questions that we still need to work through. And obviously we need input from public staff, ORS, the Commission, South Carolina Commission, as we work through those issues.
Okay, thank you for that. And then my one other question is on page 7, you're discussing that merging the companies will result in a shift of cost responsibility from wholesale jurisdiction to retail jurisdiction. I don't remember seeing any numbers. I'm just wondering, trying to get a baseline, how significant is this cost shift?
Not very significant.
Would it be?
Yeah, it's not very significant. We don't expect it to be very significant, but it comes from the fact that North Carolina retail for production, both demand and energy and production costs, generation costs is the majority of our costs. So those costs for North Carolina retail is about 67% of the DEC system, but only 62% of the DEP system. So because North Carolina retail has a higher percentage of the lower cost system and a lower percentage of the higher cost system, when you merge them together and allocate back out, there's a slightly higher average cost to the new North Carolina retail system. So it's just that differential between 62% and 67%. We've run a couple of different things. Less than 1% impact on customer bills is what we would estimate.
Okay, thank you for that. No further questions.
All right, any additional questions? Do you have a question? Go ahead, Commissioner Hughes, and then Commissioner McKenzie.
I'm just curious about something. If you haven't done it, don't worry about it. Have you talked about or calculated a weighted customer impact for South Carolina versus North Carolina, kind of taking into consideration the blend of how many customers are DEC versus DEP in both states? Does that question make sense?
So let me see if I understand it correctly. Are you asking kind of the same question that Commissioner Duffley asked, but what's the South Carolina retail impact?
Yeah, for the average household.
Okay, so we have looked at not necessarily split by customer class, but South Carolina retail for production costs is currently around 24% of the DEC system, but only 9% of the DEP system. So they have a bigger differential in those allocation factors. And so we would estimate their impact to be maybe 2 to 3%. So it would be more significant than the impact on North Carolina retail coming from that, merging the systems together and then reallocating back out.
Okay.
Commissioner McKenzie.
Just one or two quick questions. And it relates to the potential merger. Of course, one of the goals is to minimize the rate differential between DEC and DEP. But I noticed in your testimony, you addressed it somewhat earlier, Ms. Bateman, the fact that there would be these legacy rates that would continue for some period of time, could you go into a little bit more detail about how you envision that occurring and over what period of time it would take to kind of minimize that, or get it to the point where there's no longer this differential from legacy rates?
Yeah, and so I think the high level answer is I don't know. But it would be very much up to this commission. And so I'll give the example of Nantahala Power. I believe the public staff witness McLaughlin referenced that as well. So Duke Power and Nantahala Power in Light merged, I think it was maybe early 2000s. And then over time, this commission determined, how quickly to move those rates closer together. And I think in that example, it took 12 years, approximately. So that's one example. I gave the example of Florida Power and Light and Gulf Power, and they did that over 5 years. So a little bit more quickly. I think that's something in terms of the existing differential, you could merge that over whatever period of time made sense, given the other rate impacts in a particular rate case or fuel proceeding. So that I think there's a lot of discretion there to move more quickly or less quickly. But the one thing that it would do is for the new costs, the new increases, the carbon plan impacts, those would be allocated more proportionally between DEP and DEC.
Well, that was actually the second part of my question. So that would be more proportional and they would go into effect almost immediately, I would assume.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that gives me a little bit more realistic idea of what kind of timeline might be involved.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, any additional questions from commissioners? Just a few questions for you all. I want to make sure I'm entirely clear on, in light of y'all's testimony, the way that the modeling was carried out. Did the modeling assume two separate operations, DEP and DEC, or did it assume combined operations?
So the assumption in the modeling, it assumed consolidated system operations. So it assumed combining the transmission functions. It did not assume a single utility. So it still continued to assume two separate utilities.
Okay, two separate utilities, but combined transmission system.
Correct. So the big difference would be it combines the transmission system and the transmission functions, but still keeps separate a resource plan and unit commitment.
Okay.
The merger would give you a single resource plan and unit commitment. That would be the main change in modeling.
Okay, just following up with you to make sure I'm completely clear. So when you say separate unit commitment, so each utility maintains its own separate generation portfolio and dispatch occurs from that portfolio for each of those utilities?
Correct.
Okay.
A lot like we do today.
Okay.
It would be a separate commitment, but a joint dispatch.
Okay. And so we have the joint dispatch agreement in effect today. And so so help me understand what the difference would be between the way operations are conducted today versus under the scenario that you all model.
So the primary difference would be it would take away some transmission restrictions that we have today. So with two separate balancing areas, they each have to be balanced in real time separately.
Okay.
And so with combining the balancing areas would let them be balanced as one. In real time. So there'd be a few constraints removed, transmission constraints mostly. Otherwise, it's predominantly the way it's done today.
Okay. Can you be more specific about transmission constraints? Just again, so I'm entirely clear on what you mean.
Sure. Today, with two separate balancing authorities, we have, the joint dispatch agreement that we have allows us to use non-firm transmission for that dispatch. We also have an as available capacity sharing agreement that we use. Neither of those would be required if we went to one balancing authority. It would just be based on the physical limitations of the wires.
Okay, understood. So under the scenarios you modeled, just make sure I understand it correctly. It's a more dynamic environment versus the environment in which you operate now. You have to operate pursuant to those two agreements when you're when there's an exchange between the two operating companies.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and I realize I've probably really oversimplified that, but I'm just wanting to make sure I
No,
understand.
I think that's a good summary.
Okay. Um, okay, Ms. Bateman, or either y'all can answer. I think this is going to go to you though, Ms. Bateman. When you discuss keeping rates below the national average in your testimony, what benchmark what are you benchmarking as the national average?
So I was looking at the EEI data that's available and the national average that they calculate.
Okay, all right, thank you. I just want to ask a question or two about the discussion that's been ongoing about competing public policies, between jurisdictions. Do you all pay attention to what's going on outside of North and South Carolina, specifically in other regions of the country or in other jurisdictions, just for purposes of maintaining your awareness?
I try to the extent I'm able.
And I don't mean specifically with respect to Duke's operations. I just mean other utilities and other parts of the country,
Yes, to the extent possible.
and other states as well. Is it fair to say that competing public policies, as insofar as utilities that operate either across jurisdictional boundaries or in the context of larger organized structures, competing public policies is an issue that this country is grappling with all anywhere and everywhere in the country?
I would agree with that.
Okay.
And
And so, I recognize you've indicated that you all are looking at SWEPCO and you're looking at Appalachian Power as examples of utilities that are wrestling with this issue. And by this issue, I mean competing public policies. Whether it's an RTO or non-RTO jurisdictions, where else are competing public policies being married up effectively? Is there any example in the country that you can point to? And if the answer is no, the answer is no.
well, I would just qualify with the effectively. So I think we're looking at, I think a lot of utilities are grappling with it.
So it's fair to say it's a challenge that
It's a challenge.
we're sorting through at this point in time.
It's
Okay.
a challenge. I know, so some other examples, Pacificorp operates in 6 different states and 2 balancing authorities. And so they've got some things that they're working through there.
Can you be specific? What is Pacificorp? What are the issues that, to the extent that what is Pacificorp working through?
I think the state of Washington has the Clean Energy Transformation Act, and I don't know all of the details on that, but I think there's some different policies in their different states, and so they're trying to work through that.
Okay. Okay. And for how many years or for how many decades have the Duke systems and sort of legacy Duke systems spanned 2 jurisdictions, spanned North and South Carolina?
100 years
More than
or
100
more?
years.
Okay. And for the most part, has the company managed the risk of operating in multiple jurisdictions to the benefit of its ratepayers and maintaining reliable system operations? Has it
Yes.
always been easy?
I wouldn't say it's always been easy.
Okay.
But
But the company has navigated those challenges, and oftentimes legal questions that arise come to this commission or the South Carolina Commission or to the courts. Is that correct?
I would agree with that.
Okay. Okay. And Ms. Bateman, did I hear you say that you were hopeful about the future of the systems in North and South Carolina?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Peeler, I see you have a smile on your face. Does that mean you're hopeful too?
Absolutely.
Okay. Okay. And I mean, I'm not to make light of the situation that this utility faces, these utilities, I'm sorry, but I'm just wanting to hear from you all that the company has in the past navigated through jurisdictional issues and is actively engaged in doing so now. Okay.
Absolutely.
And the public staff's testimony highlights the need, and the way I read it expresses urgency and pretty significant urgency in terms of the company's need to get get moving on addressing the disparity in rates or the disparity that could be exacerbated as we move forward with the company's execution of its resource plans. And do you all, I've heard your testimony and I've read your testimony and the carbon plan indicating that you all are looking at options for addressing the allocation of costs and the sort of the managing the disparity that could arise or could be further exacerbated. Are you all, can you help me understand, sort of putting aside the issue of the merger that's going to require multiple regulatory levels of regulatory approval? Are you all taking action right now to work on solutions that can be implemented as soon as costs associated with execution of the carbon plan begin to be recovered from customers?
So I think I maybe have a slightly different perspective from the public staff, and I tried to articulate this in my rebuttal testimony, that if you look at the costs through 2026, the revenue requirements through 2026, you really don't see that much of a differential between DEP and DEC. And so in many of the portfolios, DEC actually has a higher revenue requirement per megawatt hour, and some it's DEP, but usually that differential is maybe $1 per megawatt hour. I'm thinking about that. Yeah, $1 per megawatt hour or less.
Can
If
you
you
help,
get-
it's just stopping you right and interrupting you, and I apologize for that, but what does that mean for the customer? If we're talking about $1 per megawatt hour, how does that, to the
And
extent that
so-
you can roughly translate that?
Very, very roughly, because there might be some nuances in the allocation factors, but $1 per megawatt hour is $1 per 1,000 kilowatt hours. So if you
Okay.
took the typical residential bill,
Okay, got it.
about $1 or less.
Okay.
If you get to 2030, if you look at some of the rate impacts that we provided, you can see as much as in some of the portfolios, a $10 differential there. And so I think when you get to 2030, I see much more of a need to have a solution by then, but I don't see that in 24, 25, 26.
Okay. Okay. All right, let me check in. Thank you, Ms. Bateman, and Mr. Peeler. Any additional questions before we take questions on commission's questions? Go ahead, Commissioner Duffley.
So it's not a question, but it's when we get to rebuttal, you mentioned the dollar differential per megawatt hour. And that's in the P2 scenario. And so I'm wanting to know when we get to rebuttal, why that one seems so much higher than the others. The differential between the two companies under the P2 version, it was larger than the other versions.
By 2030?
I think it was the 2030. I don't have it in front of me, but
Yeah, I
just
can
look
speak
into
to
that. Thank you.
When- In the 2030 timeframe, the portfolios that had the largest differential, it was due to offshore wind coming in service in 2029. And so you get your highest year revenue requirement in 2030.
Thank you.
All right, we'll take questions on commissioners' questions. We will start over here, interveners. Sigford, do you have, attorney, okay. Sigford, do you have questions?
No.
Okay, all right. Who's next? Anybody, go ahead, public staff.
One clarifying question. When you were talking about less being allocated to North Carolina, if South Carolina opted out of a generation, do you mean only less energy would be allocated or less production plant also?
Both.
And one last question. Why not go ahead and work on this allocation issue? Why are we waiting?
Between DEC and DEP?
Right.
Because we think the merger is the best way to address that. If you look at some of the other alternatives that I gave, if we're not able to achieve a merger, they're complicated and could add more cost to customers. So specifically that transmission issue, we might end up building a more costly system. If we have to build more firm transmission in order to have DEC own more of the generation, if if we're not able to achieve the merger.
All right, thank you.
No questions.
All right. Okay. All right. With that, then you all may step down. Thank you very much for your testimony today, and I'll take motions from the parties.
I'll move the panel's exhibit number 1. And then does the commission also want for us to move their summary?
Yes.
That was pre-filed, so I
Yeah.
moved their summary into evidence as well.
All right. Hearing no objection to that motion, the exhibit to the witness's testimony will be accepted into evidence, and we will also accept into evidence as if copied, copy into the record as if given orally from the stand, the witness testimony summary. All right, go ahead, Sigfer.
Chair Mitchell, at this time, SIGFR 2 and 3 would request that SIGFR 2 and 3's Carolina's Utility Operations Panel direct cross-examination exhibits 1 through 9 be admitted into the record.
All right, motion.
And will objection to cross-examination exhibit number 3, the typical bill calculations exhibit that there wasn't a foundation for.
All right, and I will note the objection, but I'm going to overrule it, and we're going to allow the exhibits into evidence.
Thank you, Chair Mitchell.
All right. All right, with that, Duke, you may call your next witnesses.
Thank you. If we may have just about 1 minute here to get organized. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Andrea Kells for Duke Energy. Company's called the transmission panel.
All right, good afternoon. If you would, raise your right hands, please. Left hand on the Bible. You all swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Thanks.
All right.
All right, I'll start with Mr. Roberts. Would you please state your full name and business address for the record?
Yes, my name is Dewey S. Roberts II. I go by Sammy, and my address is 3401 Hillsborough Street, Raleigh, North Carolina.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by Duke Energy as General Manager of Transmission Planning and Operations Strategy.
And can you please briefly describe your role and responsibilities at Duke Energy?
Yes, I have a primary responsibility for the development of midterm and long-term strategy for transmission planning and operations. And that includes supporting reliable transmission system transformation needed to enable things like plant retirements, integrating replacement generation resources, and meeting Duke Energy's carbon reduction objectives.
Thank you. And turning to you, Ms. Farver, would you please state your full name and business address for the record?
My name is Maura Farver, and my business address is 411 Fayetteville Street in Raleigh, North Carolina.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by Duke Energy as the Distributed Energy Technology Strategy and Policy Director in North Carolina.
And can you please briefly describe your role and responsibilities at Duke Energy?
Yes, I am responsible for coordinating business strategy work streams and regulatory and policy efforts related to renewable energy, both as standalone generation resources and when combined with battery storage for DEC and DEP in North Carolina.
And Mr. Roberts, did the panel cause to be pre-filed in this docket direct testimony consisting of 65 pages with 5 exhibits and a summary of your testimony?
Yes.
Do you have any changes to your direct testimony summary or exhibits at this time?
Yes, I do. I have a couple of changes. On page 21, beginning on line 1, the sentence that begins with This slide from the presentation should be replaced with the following sentence. This slide from the presentation shows that an additional 4.5 gigawatts to 5.4 gigawatts of additional solar will need to be interconnected to the DEC and DEP systems and operational by January 1, 2030 in order to meet 70% CO2 reduction by 2034 with offshore wind or small modular reactor resources included, or 70% CO2 reduction by 2030 with offshore wind resources, respectively.
That was with offshore wind resources respectively?
That's correct. Okay, and the second correction is on page 36, line 8. The number 5,000 should be replaced with approximately 4,900, so that the sentence begins, of the approximately 4,900 megawatts of proposals received.
Thank you. Other than those changes, if I were to ask you the same questions today that appear in your pre-filed direct testimony, would your answers remain the same?
Yes,
And Exhibit 5 to the panel's direct testimony is confidential, correct?
that's correct.
At this time, Chair Mitchell, I move that the transmission panel's direct testimony be entered into the record as corrected today, as if given orally from the stand.
All right, hearing no objection, motion is allowed.
I also ask that the panel's 5 exhibits be marked for identification as pre-filed, with the direct Exhibit 5 marked as confidential.
All right, hearing no objection, exhibits to testimony will be marked as they were when pre-filed, with Exhibit 5 being identified as confidential.
Thank you. The panel is now available for questions from the parties and commission on direct testimony.
All right, let's see, who is up first?
I believe Avangrid's up first.
All right, go, please proceed.
Hello, my name is Ben Smith. I represent Avangrid Renewables LLC. I'm going to be asking the transmission panel some questions about offshore wind issues. Mr. Roberts, I believe most of these are directed to you, but I apologize if one of them goes to you, Ms. Farber, please jump in. On page 56 of your direct testimony, and it's approximately line 16 or so.
Yes.
You state agreement with the findings of the North Carolina Transmission Planning Collaborative showing that the New Bern area could accommodate more than 3 gigawatts of offshore wind. This assumes the build out of a 500 kV expansion, correct?
That is correct.
Would it be fair to say the most cost-effective transmission solution for the first offshore wind project would be to fully maximize the existing system without triggering 500 kV upgrades?
So you got to take the NCTPC offshore wind study in context. There's some stipulations that are mentioned at the beginning of the study that should be known. One of those is that it mentions that generators requesting interconnection in queues that may connect are not considered in this study. So that's one stipulation. The other stipulation is that with the dispatch that was used, with respect to the screening that was done by that study, it didn't look at any max gen scenarios, i.e. ensuring that existing generators that have in-rest service can still deliver their firm output.
So just to be clear, your response to would it be fair to say that the most cost-effective transmission solution for the first offshore wind project would be to fully maximize the existing system without triggering 500 kV upgrades, is that the NCTPC study does not fully characterize or does not fully give information that could lead you to that conclusion?
No, so you also have to take into context, and this is the whole idea behind proactive transmission that's mentioned in my testimony. You have to take into context the holistic story. What are you going to be doing in the future with respect to meeting this carbon reduction objective? And one of the things that you had to take into consideration with offshore wind is scale, right? So you want to plan for scale. If you're looking at potentially increasing to 1.5 gigawatts to 2 gigawatts to 2.5 gigawatts, you need to plan for that with your transmission system. I think the public staff mentions that with respect to not wanting to be faced with upgrading the upgrade, so to speak, down the road.
Understood. Well, with that, I'd like to introduce the 2020 NCTPC offshore wind study and present it to the witnesses for a review, and then Mark as an exhibit.
Do you want to see it? Yes. If you all would pull the mics a little bit closer, just so the court reporter can hear you. Thank you.
Sure.
She's having trouble at this point. All right, let's go ahead and get this document marked, please.
I'd request this being marked Avangrid Renewables LLC Transmission Panel Cross-Examination Exhibit Number 1. And
So the document we marked is Avangrid Transmission Panel Direct Cross-Examination Exhibit 1.
And Chair, we omitted the word direct transmission panel. That should say transmission panel direct cross-examination exhibit 1. Co-counsel just noticed, so apologies for that. Mr. Roberts, do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
And would you agree this is a copy of the 2020 NCTPC offshore wind study, the same study relied upon you in your direct testimony?
I haven't looked through all the pages, but I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, okay, subject check. I'd like to direct you first to the bottom of page 18 of the report within Appendix A.1.
Page 18.
Yes, sir. And I'd like to point to the results for the 32 injection sites without 500 kV additions, the last row highlighted in green on this page. Do you see that?
Yes.
And do you recognize that finding in the study that New Bern could support more than 1.7 gigawatts without building a 500 kV expansion?
So once again, this was a screening study and it did not look at the consideration for additional resources to be located in areas that affected these power flows. And it did not consider max gen scenarios to ensure firm deliverability of existing resources. So, but yes, you're correct. It shows 1773 associated with the New Bern site.
Assuming that the right number for the coming on ground is 1.3 gigawatts, for example, how much less would project spend on transmission upgrades be versus the 500 kV system expansion modeled by Duke for 1.6 gigawatts of offshore wind?
I don't know what the number would be. I would just state that if you're looking at 1.3 gigawatts, the only way to truly tell what the network upgrades are going to be is to perform get an interconnection request into the DICES study. Because once again, you can have additional generation that connects between now and then that can greatly impact, and that's what the study says, can greatly impact the power flows associated with how much you can inject into that area. And I'll give you an example. And I stated this in I think it was the third stakeholder meeting in March. Anyway, I stated that you're going to have significant solar connecting to the system, and you've got to consider sequence. If that solar connects to the system and impacts those power flows in that area prior to that offshore wind interconnecting, the network upgrades can be drastically different.
Thank you. Would it be fair to say that the number of total megawatts that we triggered would be somewhere between the 500 megawatts modeled by Duke and their blocks? I'm sorry, excuse me, 800 megawatts modeled by Duke and their blocks, but less than the 1.7 gigawatts in the NCTP study, which would be deliverable without that 500 kV upgrade?
I mean, once again, I can't say that for sure unless a formal DISIS interconnection study, cluster study is performed. I can't definitively say that. I mean, we can provide input to modeling on our review and, what network upgrades are associated with that.
Sure. I'd like to point you to Appendix A2 of the NCTPC study on page 21.
Okay.
Apologies, I'm pulling up still. On page 21, in the 7th row from the bottom, you find that. On the far right, in the incremental cost column, there is the number 570. Do you recognize that to be 570 million?
I'm sorry, I must be on the wrong place. You said page 21
Page 21.
and 7th from the bottom?
Oh, I'm sorry, 6th from the bottom, I believe. 5th from the bottom. My eyes are playing tricks on me.
Okay, 5th from the bottom.
Yes.
Yes, I see 570 million incremental cost.
Would it be fair to say that that 570 million reflects the cost upgrades associated with that 500 kV system upgrade?
Per this report, yes.
Thank you. So based on the NCTPC study, you could get more than 1 gigawatt. I proposed about 1.3 gigawatts delivered for a similar cost as Duke modeled for the first 800 megawatt blocks. Isn't that right?
That's apples and oranges. I mean, once again, there's things this report or this study didn't consider that would need to be considered in a true DISIS cluster study for interconnection.
So wouldn't it be appropriate then to do a cost benefit analysis of any transmission upgrade for new offshore wind to reflect optimal output capabilities rather than what Duke's done in modeling and quote unquote average size block, not reflecting real world capabilities or costs?
Yeah, so we looked at several potential points of interconnection. And through the cost analysis associated with that, those different point of interconnections for a given level of megawatts of offshore wind, Newbern was the cheapest.
Thanks. All right, I've only got a few more. Going to page 17 of the study.
Okay.
The second line of the Havelock point of interconnection, which is marked, it's actually the third on the Havelock listing on the far left POI. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, do you see the second column, megawatt limit, and there was 1001 listed for that?
Yes, the last unhighlighted line shows 1001 megawatt limit.
And do you recognize that to say that the study is showing that the Havelock point of interconnection can accommodate 1001 megawatts?
With the limitations aforementioned about the study, yes, this table does show 1001 megawatt limit for Havelock.
So wouldn't you agree that at least based upon this study, that the Havelock point of interconnection accommodates more than 1 gigawatt with relative to other cost upgrades, lower cost upgrades, and those cost upgrades are less than Duke's modeling assumptions?
Once again, I can't agree to your statement without having a true cluster study. Um,
And I guess I'll ask it this way then. Has Duke completed any studies that refute these numbers where I say the Havelock cost would be lower than the New Bern upgrades?
Yeah, so for the 4 points of interconnection, one thing you got to know about Havelock is it only has 3 230 kV lines connecting to it. One goes due east to kind of a peninsula, which is Moorhead. The other one goes due south to Jacksonville, in which you've got over 2,600 megawatts of generation just to the south with our Brunswick Nuclear Station and with Sutton Plant. And then you've got a line going to the northwest toward New Bern, 230 kV line out of Havelock. And so one of the things you have to look at in any good interconnection study is the loss of that New Bern to Havelock 230 line. Where's that power going to go? Well, it's going to, can't all go toward Moorhead's Peninsula. It's going to try to go toward Brunswick and Sutton. Well, you've got all that power trying to come up north from Brunswick and Sutton. And so you're going to need some extensive upgrades out of Havelock to be able to inject any amount of offshore wind. And it's not going to be as reliable as New Bern, where you have 5 230 kV lines, 2 of which go directly toward Raleigh, which is a big load center.
Thank you. I guess my last question is what studies has Duke done that have been presented to the commission or otherwise publicly that sort of talk about the optimal way to incorporate any of the 3 wind lease areas off the coast of North Carolina?
Yeah, so we haven't conducted studies with respect to the 3 wind leased areas off the coast of North Carolina. No formal analysis has been done. That's what I'm saying. You need a DICES cluster study with knowing what generators are requesting interconnection in that DICES cluster to get a true picture associated with what upgrades are going to be actually needed. And so, to your point earlier of injecting 1,000 megawatts into Havelock, that's not going to be possible knowing about all the solar just in the 2022 DICES that's requesting interconnection along that corridor going toward Raleigh from that area.
But you would agree that the reason for me bringing up more than 1 gigawatt at Havelock is based upon this 2020 North Carolina Transmission Planning Collaborative Study, correct?
Objection, the witness can't speak to counsel's motivations.
All right, I'll sustain. Mr. Smith, just
I can
restate the
restate.
question.
You'd agree that there aren't any other studies that have been filed with this commission or otherwise out in the public domain that would show the insider knowledge that you talked about right there when you're talking about considering solar and considering offshore wind coming in at somewhere like Havelock?
That's correct. There's no formal DICES cluster study that's been produced, results that's been produced associated with offshore wind being injected into New Bern or Havelock or Greenville or otherwise.
And are you aware of any informal studies?
We performed some informal analysis associated with injecting offshore wind into New Bern.
No further questions.
Mr. Burns?
Hi, this is John Burns with CCBA. It's a pleasure to meet both of you. Just have questions on 2 main topics, and then I'll move on to let someone else ask you questions. Ms. Farber, earlier in this hearing, I discussed the status of contract documents for PPAs for solar plus storage with Mr. Kalemba, and he deferred the questions to you. Would you agree with that panel that the status of those documents is within your area of knowledge and expertise?
I'm going to object just real quick because this is handled in Ms. Farber's rebuttal testimony. We recognize the modeling panel addressed it, but we're prepared to handle it will be ample chance to address it on rebuttal. It's not discussed in direct at all.
Okay, I was just following up on questions I intended to ask the modeling panel on direct, and they deferred directly to this panel. So it's only a few, but I can pick it up at rebuttal, or I can do it now.
I'm going to overrule, let you ask it now. Just be mindful of trying to
Certainly.
eliminate duplication on rebuttal, please.
Absolutely, will do. In that light, I will show you a document that I will identify as CCBA Transmission Panel Direct Cross Exhibit 1. Which is the response to CPSA data request number 3-10. Yeah, absolutely. You be okay with that? I show it to your witness.
Yes.
Yeah.
Short
We're short one, actually.
That's why I went to the officer would not since next. Chair to mark that as CCBA Transmission Panel Direct Cross Exhibit 1.
All right. The document will be marked as CPSA Transmission Panel Direct Cross-Examination Exhibit 1.
Madam Chair, may I gently correct that CCBA Transmission Panel? That's okay.
I'm sorry, CCBA Transmission Panel Direct Cross-Examination Exhibit 1.
Yes, ma'am. Now, it is a CPSA data request. Do you recognize that document, Ms.
I
Farmer?
do. I'm generally familiar with it.
Okay. In response to this data request, which asks to identify the status of those contracts, please describe in detail all work performed or commissioned by the companies to devise contract structures of the type described in the cited testimony. Duke responded, and I'll ask you to take a look. I don't have my highlighted page anymore, so I have to find my spot. In the second line of the response, notwithstanding the objections stated, to date, the companies have not developed alternative contract structures that would enable the flexibility and operational control of the SPS resource as modeled in the carbon plan. Do you see that?
I do.
Do you agree with that response? Or do you...
That's correct.
Okay. It's important to develop contracts for the procurement of solar plus storage that allow operational control, isn't it?
That's correct.
And that would include dispatchability and allowing the utility to determine the timing and use of that storage asset. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
It's true, isn't it, that the storage element of a hybrid solar plus storage system has more and more flexible uses than the solar portion of a hybrid system?
It can.
All right. And it's not just megawatts at a given moment in time. It can be used for load balancing, correct?
Depending on the functions, the design, the contract structure, it can.
Time shifting of delivery of the power is
Can.
okay. And perhaps even reducing the burden on constrained transmission during certain times of the day. Is that right?
That is possible.
Okay. Are you familiar with the language of House Bill 951?
Yes, generally.
All right. In Section 1, Sub 2B of that bill, it says that solar energy procured under HB 951 shall allow the procuring electric public utility rights to dispatch, operate, and control the solicited solar energy facilities in the same manner as the utility's own generating resources. You recall that?
Can you put the, well,
It's just a reference to the statute. I'm happy to put it in front of her, but I think she agrees with it.
Subject to check, yes.
Thank you. And that those ownership requirements shall be applicable to solar energy facilities paired with storage, right?
Subject to check, yes.
Thank you. Would you agree with me, Ms. Farber, that contracting partners of the companies generally provide services and assets in exchange for payment from the companies?
I believe so.
All right. And it's true that storage capacity is not free, right?
I would not think so.
there's capital costs incurred in the construction of a storage facility or a hybrid solar plus storage facility.
I would assume so.
And if Duke is to obtain services for solar plus storage, it should compensate the developers or the owners of those facilities for the use of the storage facilities as well.
Appropriately for the value it provides, yes.
Thank you. What process do the companies intend to pursue in order to develop those contract terms and documents?
First and foremost, I think we're looking at having stakeholder engagement probably later this year. When we were developing the 2022 solar procurement, part of the reason that we did not include solar plus storage was because we recognized there would be complexity in trying to establish new contract types. We're trying to move very quickly to get the 22 procurement off the ground. And so we did commit to having further stakeholder discussions in preparation for a future 2023 RFP. So I think we would really start with stakeholder meetings and feedback from participants in those meetings.
Do you anticipate that as part of the 2023 procurement process, or do you anticipate that being a separate docket?
At this point, I haven't contemplated what the appropriate docket is for such stakeholder meetings, or if a docket is necessary. Haven't gotten that far in the planning, but we do intend to have those meetings.
But would you agree that the input of the solar plus storage development community is key to the outcome of that process?
I think the solar and solar plus storage community have been very active participants in all of our stakeholder meetings and will continue to be.
I'd like to change, thank you very much. I'd like to change subjects now to transmission planning. And Mr. Roberts, I believe this is your area of expertise, but Ms. Farber, if you have the answer to any of these questions, please feel free to jump in. In your testimony, you stress, quote, the importance of integrating transmission planning with resource planning and the need for proactive transmission planning. And that occurs in a couple of places on page 6 of your testimony, lines 11, 12, and then a couple times on 14 and 16. Would you agree that it's important to integrate transmission planning with resource planning?
Yes.
And it's important to have proactive transmission planning as part of the carbon plan process?
Yes.
And I believe it's your testimony on page 17, lines 1 through 6. You there?
Yes.
Okay. If the transmission and planning and resource planning processes are misaligned, leading to insufficient transmission development on a timely basis, the lack of transmission infrastructure to reliably support coal retirements and integrate significant amounts of new generation puts carbon plan and energy transition execution at risk. Was that your testimony?
That's correct. And transmission planning would just be one of the factors that you would need.
And is it true that integration of resource planning and transmission planning can help to mitigate that execution risk?
Yes.
Could it also reduce the cost of any upgrades that are required?
Yes. I mean, that's pretty widely known that proactive transmission planning, and it's stated by one or two interveners, results in lower costs.
Okay. Would you agree with me that the current local transmission planning process through the NCTPC is insufficient to meet the needs and risks posed by execution of the carbon plan?
I would not say it's insufficient. I would say we need to look at what the current processes are that are in place and maybe refine some of those processes.
In your testimony on page 18, you have a chart there at the top, and you state that the current interconnection process requires an approximately 2 1/4 year period from the time the interconnection request is made to the time an interconnection agreement is signed. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then on page 18, line 13, you describe the current process as a reactive generator interconnection driven approach.
That's correct. I mean, you submit a generator interconnection request, and it goes through the process demonstrated by this Gantt chart. And then 2 1/4 years later, you receive an interconnection agreement.
And following that process, you state in your testimony, will create significant timeline challenges, right?
That process and the associated network upgrades that could be attributed to the resource requesting interconnection.
Well, at a high level, because it's not, I'll speak for myself, I had trouble identifying exactly what the company wanted to do as proactive transmission planning reform. How would you describe what Duke Energy wishes to do with the local transmission planning process?
Yeah, so one, as mentioned with the NCTPC wind study, one of the things we would want to look at is to have the studies be more like a true generator interconnection study. And so thus the results that you have from the study in the report would be more reflective of real life. Now, you still would have the caveat of that study wouldn't know what's actually going to interconnect that's in the current queue or maybe even future queues. And so that would be something we would need to address as well. But that and, looking out longer term with respect to having a holistic solution associated with the transmission planning process.
Thank you. On page 65 of your testimony, lines 1 through 6.
'65, 1 through 6.
Yes.
I'm there.
You state that Duke Energy will need to provide comments on the FERC NOPR to ensure a feasible beneficial pathway for proactive transmission planning is captured in future FERC orders. And then you state that any change to transmission planning processes will be approved by FERC and would be incorporated into the OATT. What's the OATT, just for the record?
Open access transmission tariff.
And the open access transmission tariff revision process includes steps for stakeholder input. Did I recite your testimony correctly?
Yes, you did.
I read that testimony to suggest that any change to transmission planning should wait until after the FERC issues an order on the pending NOPR. Am I right on that?
So there are things like changing to more of a generator interconnection type study in the NCTPC process that we could implement without needing a FERC order or FERC approval.
It could take a couple years for the NOPR order to be finalized, couldn't it?
It could.
To be clear, most of the changes proposed in the FERC NOPR relate to the regional transmission planning process, correct?
That's correct, but there are some implications toward local transmission planning as well.
What would the commission's role in local transmission planning be under Duke's concept?
This commission?
Mhm.
Yeah, so, through orders 890, order 1000, and subsequent order like you're referring to with the NOPR, we would have to implement what's in the FERC order, just like with 890 and order 1000. I know that there are participants on this commission with the FERC NARIC task force, and they're closely following the NOPR as well, transmission planning NOPR. And so I'm sure that that's an avenue for input. I've seen that a person on the public staff is engaging in panel conversation associated with these transmission planning processes. So I'm sure through that input, their voice will be heard with respect to the final outcome of the FERC order.
Thank you. On page 40 of your testimony, you are asked at the top of the page, I'll wait for you to get there. You caught up with me?
Yes.
The public staff and other parties suggest that the NCTPC planning process also needs to evolve to meet the evolving needs of executing the carbon plan. Do the companies agree? Your answer is yes, right?
Yeah.
And that the companies will work with other NCTPC OSC members and stakeholders to consider changes to the local transmission planning processes to improve coordination with carbon plan execution and ensure timely and robust review of transmission projects necessary to meet anticipated generation needs. The OSC is the steering committee of the NCTPC, correct?
That's correct. Oversight Steering Committee.
Who are the members of the Oversight Steering Committee?
Currently, the members are the load serving entities, and basically the network demand, that's who's going to ultimately fund or pay for transmission assets, new transmission assets. And so rightly so, it's Duke Energy Carolinas, Duke Energy Progress, Electricities, and NCMC.
Okay, there's no role for third-party developers or providers or sellers of power on the OSC, correct?
On the OSC, That's correct.
And there's no role for customers and end consumers on the OSC, correct?
Right. Those roles are facilitated through what's called the Transmission Advisory Group.
Thank you.
Which
Right.
is a stakeholder group, and that's required by the FERC process.
Now, the NCTPC doesn't have any role in resource planning, does it?
Indirectly, yes. I mean, one of the functions is associated with transmission planning for generation additions. I mean, that's stated in every annual local transmission plan report.
But Duke doesn't run its IRP or its carbon plan by the NCTPC for approval before submitting it to this commission.
We take the changes as projected by the IRP, i.e. coal retirements, and those are in the reliability-based plan at NCTPC.
Just a couple more questions. To clarify, the company does intend to fully engage stakeholders other than just the OSC members regarding changes to the local transmission planning process, doesn't it?
I mean, there's nothing prohibiting us from including TAG conversations and meetings associated with the refinements to our process. Now, there are some things that we cannot change unless it's approved by FERC. And that's anything that's in our oath that's prescriptive about this process.
And that would be the notice requirements to the public and to members of TAG. That's among the things that couldn't change, right?
That's correct. I mean, you got to have the stakeholder group.
Okay. And as we said, currently the TAG only has an advisory role in the TPC process, correct?
The TAG can suggest alternate solutions, provide input. And I mean, we received a lot of TAG input from stakeholders with respect to the mid-year update presentation that we provided.
Sure, I appreciate that. TAG members can request studies. Is that right?
That's correct. Through the form of a public policy request, they can request studies.
And if a TAG member makes more than 3 such requests, they have to pay the cost of that further study on their own. Isn't that right?
That's the current capability of the NCTPC.
Okay. Does Duke plan to engage other stakeholders outside the OSC in anything more than the advisory capacity currently played by TAG?
I mean, currently the structure is what's filed in the oath and approved by FERC.
Give me just 1 minute. I may be done. No further questions at this time. Thank you.
All right, Sigfer.
Thank you, Chair Mitchell. Good afternoon, Ms. Barber and Mr. Roberts. I am going to start by asking you a couple of questions about an exhibit that's already been admitted into the record when I was asking your colleagues on the modeling panel some questions, and that panel ended up essentially largely deferring to this panel in response. And so I wanted to circle back to it. It's Sigfer 2 and 3.
Do you have copies? Does council have additional copies since this panel wasn't present in the room?
I have a copy for the witnesses that I'm happy to provide in a moment, but it's Sigfer 2 and 3, modeling panel direct, commissioner questions, exhibit number 1. And it is Duke's response to public staff data request 5-13. And I'll ask my colleague here to bring this up to you in just a moment, but then I won't have a copy. So give me give me 1 moment, if you will. But oh,
Got a copy. I can share it with us.
thank you. Okay, Mr. Roberts, can you please confirm that this data request is stating that the company has not updated the transmission cost adder in the carbon plan to align with the approximately $7 billion upgrade estimate from the hypothetical transmission build-out?
Yes, so there's reasons for that. I mean, that what was presented in the stakeholder meeting and what's presented in the figure in Appendix P associated with this hypothetical example, it really be imprudent to incorporate those costs.
Why is that?
It's a hypothetical example. It's, I mean, there was.
Mr. Roberts, make sure you're speaking into the mic for us, please.
Sorry. It is a hypothetical example of a long-range transmission plan, and things where generators are cited may be drastically different in the next carbon plan with the projected, and that would result in a totally different long-range transmission plan. And so furthermore, with the baseline cost that were included, and I'll refer to table E44 in Appendix E of the carbon plan, those baseline cost proxies are escalated in time to reflect inflation. And so that's going to capture a lot of the future ongoing transmission upgrade costs associated with interconnecting resources.
So just to confirm, the transmission cost adder is also something that Duke is going to be deploying the check and adjust strategy for. In other words, coming back in 2024 and updating it.
Yes, so this commission did directed us to upgrade these costs in the 2020 IRP order. Pardon me, but I don't remember. I think it was November of 21 when that came out. But anyway, in that order, it directed us to update these proxy costs for network upgrades. And we did that for this carbon plan. And we will continue to do that for each carbon plan.
Did the 2020 IRP portfolio that was selected include build out of offshore wind?
So there in the 2020 IRP, there were 6 portfolios, and pardon me, but this is not part of my direct testimony, but from what I recall, 3 of those 6 portfolios had offshore wind.
And what about the portfolios selected?
I don't recall the portfolio that was selected in the 2020 IRP. I don't believe there was a portfolio selected.
Thank you. At this time, I will ask for assistance passing out our next exhibit. Well, I guess it will be the first one for this panel. This is Duke's response to Public Staff Data Request 5-21, which SIGFR 2 and 3 will ask be marked for identification as SIGFR 2 and 3 transmission panel, direct cross-examination exhibit number 1.
All right, the document will be marked SIGFR 2 and 3, transmission, panel, direct, cross-examination, exhibit 1.
Thank you, Chair Mitchell. Mr. Roberts, I'm going to direct your attention to subpart E of this data request. And you were the designated responder for the company for subpart E, is that correct?
I don't believe so. Oh, I see you're on a different E than I'm on. Sorry.
So I'll ask again, you were the responder for the company for subpart E of this data request?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and is this response addressing Rule R862, it's specifically CEC, PCN regulatory requirements?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And can you please talk about the requests for regulatory changes to that process that the companies are requesting?
Yeah, can you give me a minute to reread the
Sure,
response?
absolutely, thanks.
Okay.
So I'll ask the question again. Can you speak to any changes that the companies are seeking to this regulatory process?
Jackson, can council be more specific as to if she's speaking to a particular, to the rule in terms of the regulatory process?
I mean, Chair Mitchell, I would say that the witness can answer the question, and if he can't or needs clarification, he's free to say that.
I mean, it's talking about.
Hang on, Mr. Roberts. Ms. Kress, I'm going to sustain the objection. Ask your question again, but just with some more specificity so that the witness can answer efficiently.
Is there anything about the siting process or the certification process before this commission for a new transmission facility that the companies are seeking to change or expedite in the context of carbon plan investments?
Yeah, I mean, typically siting and permitting do introduce potential delays associated with new transmission. And so to the extent that those delays can be reduced, that would be beneficial to executing the carbon plan.
You acknowledge, though, that any approval in a carbon plan process would not be a replacement or a substitute for a CEC PCN proceeding, correct?
To the extent it's asking for a legal opinion.
Chair Mitchell, he provides a legal opinion himself, then if that's the standard that we're using here. He says, to the extent a solar facility or another resource is selected as needed in the carbon plan, this selection provides indicia of the public convenience and necessity required to support construction of any required transmission facilities.
All right, Ms. Kress, where are you reading from? Which page?
The last page of this exhibit, subpart E, the second paragraph, second sentence.
All right, I'm going to overrule the objection. Mr. Roberts, to the extent that you have anything to add to this response, please do so.
Yeah, I mean, basically with the commission's approval of a carbon plan and a resource such as a solar facility, once again, with new transmission line siting, that would require the CPCN, or if you had to acquire right away. And so, I mean, this is just talking about expediting that process.
Are we talking about CPCNs or CECPCNs?
CECPN, sorry.
Okay, thank you. Okay, moving on. I'm going to show you Duke's response to public staff data request 5-16, which all requests be marked for identification as SIGFR 2 and 3, transmission panel direct cross-examination exhibit number 2.
Right. Document will be marked SIGFR 2 and 3, transmission, panel direct cross-examination, exhibit 2.
Mr. Roberts, please let me know when you've had a chance to review the document.
Okay.
Can you speak to transmission projects that, or upgrades that stem from House Bill 951 compliance and how those might differ from transmission projects or upgrades that are needed for reliability purposes?
Yeah, so, we have a asset management program. And so replacing wood poles with steel poles, that could be an outage that you could potentially, delay or reprioritize associated with, if you needed to get this generation interconnected and thus you needed an outage to facilitate that associated upgrade by a certain date to ensure compliance with the law.
Is there a percentage, are you aware off the top of your head if there's a percentage of expected transmission investments in the carbon plan that are for reliability purposes versus that are for the carbon emissions reduction goals?
Right. So, we conduct TPL 001 NERC standard analysis on an annual basis, and there are projects associated with that are reliability projects, and they have to be implemented by a certain time or you're not in compliance with the NERC standard. So those are reliability projects that you're going to have to do by a certain date in order to ensure compliance with that NERC standard is mandatory. House Bill 951, you may have a generator interconnection associated network upgrade, and it just happens that network upgrade can be done earlier than what's showing up in a TPL 001 study. That's a reliability project. So the same project accomplishes both. You just are doing the 951 project early to be able to interconnect the generation.
And are the costs for both of those type of projects incorporated into the carbon plan estimated present value of revenue requirements and associated rate impacts?
Right. So for TPL 1, we're most likely going to be doing that project anyway, aside for House Bill 951 compliance. Asset management, replacing wood poles with steel poles. There may be some synergies there, but that's a resiliency need. So we're going to be doing that as well. It's basically looking at what's needed to comply with the law and what's needed to comply with NERC standards and what's needed to ensure reliable customer service.
So for the projects that Duke was going to be doing anyway, like you just testified to, are those costs included or not included in the carbon plan?
Yeah, so the network upgrade cost proxies are network upgrades associated with generator interconnections. And those cost proxies are what were the baseline inputs for determining the overall network upgrade cost of the implementing the carbon plan. So it's associated with generator interconnection.
And not reliability.
I mean, that's in the eye of the beholder. If I don't have firm deliverability of resources that are requesting firm deliverability in risk service, then I'm not going to be able to reliably serve customers. I'm not going to be able to reliably, charge a battery, etc.
Okay. Thank you. And last couple of questions here, last exhibit as well, which is Duke's response to AGO data request 3-11. And I'll request that this exhibit be marked and identified as SIGFR 2 and 3, transmission panel direct cross-examination exhibit 3.
All right, the document will be marked as SIGFR 2 and 3, transmission panel direct cross-examination, exhibit number 3.
Thank you, Chair Mitchell. Please let me know when you are ready and have had a chance to review the document.
Okay, and I'll just go on the record that I wasn't the one that responded to this data request.
Yes, thank you for that. And if I need to direct this question to Mr. Snyder on rebuttal, I'm happy to do that. So just let me know. If Duke was directed to attempt to quantify potential transmission cost savings associated with brownfield development at retiring coal sites, could it do so?
There are transmission studies that could be performed that look at, I mean, it depends on the location of the replacement generation. If network upgrades are required that are modest associated with the generation being replaced sort of close to the existing site, then that's one story. If generation needs to be, that generation replacement needs to be located at a pretty good distance. And once again, this is based on where load centers are, et cetera, where other resources are, et cetera. But the upgrades could be significant. The purpose of generator replacement process at a brownfield site is that you are not going to require network upgrades associated with replacing that generation.
Thank you. Nothing further.
All right, at this point, let's take an afternoon break. We will be back on at 3:25. Let's go off the record, please. please. All right, Mr. Snowden, you're up.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Ms. Barber, Mr. Roberts, Ben Snowden with CPSA. Mr. Roberts, I'd first like to start out by talking a little bit about the red zone transmission expansion project, or I guess we'll call it, is RZEP, is that the way you prefer to refer to it?
That's correct. That will be fine.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Roberts, in your testimony, you discussed the supplemental studies that the company performed to validate the need for the RZEP. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and those studies were based on approximately 5,400 megawatts of generation in DEC and DEP together. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and that aligns with the amount of solar that's required to get to 70% carbon reduction in portfolio P1, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so the reports that are attached to your testimony in exhibits 3 and 4, I'm not going to get into any detail there, but would you agree that they say that the analysis shows the need for additional upgrades to reliably interconnect the 1937 megawatts of added solar generation in DEC?
That's correct.
Okay, and the analysis also shows the need for additional upgrades to reliably interconnect 3,527 megawatts of added solar generation in DEP. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and that those additional upgrades are the RZEP, right?
That's correct. So the supplemental studies validate what we've been seeing for several years now with respect to processing generator interconnection request, and that these common upgrades keep showing up, and these common upgrades are a tall hurdle, and it basically results in solar developers withdrawing their projects from the queue.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Roberts. And thank you also for mentioning common upgrades, because it probably is helpful to clarify. Anytime a generating project or a solar generating project is interconnected to the transmission system, it's going to require some upgrades at the point of interconnection, right?
Yes, that's correct. You're going to have like line switches installed for isolation, or you could possibly have to have a breaker station installed. So yes, those are associated with network upgrades.
Okay, but a project may or may not require what I'll call thermal upgrades to Duke's system of the kind that you see in the RZEP.
That's
right?
correct. That's correct. But I would say that we're seeing more and more that projects that are desiring to interconnect in the red zone, and there's reasons. Those reasons are primarily land lease rates, land availability, lack of significant forestation, lack of population density, et cetera. And because of those reasons, it's fertile ground with respect to locating large solar facilities. Unfortunately, there's transmission constraints that are locking that up.
Okay, thank you. Setting aside those upgrades at the point of interconnection that we just talked about, and understanding that the exact upgrades that would be required for a specific project depend on the size and the location of the project, would you agree that the red zone upgrades would be sufficient to accommodate at least 5,400 megawatts of generation sited in the red zones?
So the red zones projects will enable a significant amount of generation, and the entire 5,400, some of that was located outside the red zone. Some of that, a large portion of it, was located inside the red zone. Because we indiscriminately chose the solar facilities to be studied by looking at the most recent history. So it included transition cluster study, solar facilities, and then you went back far enough in the serial queue to get the 5.4 gigawatts, 1.9 gigawatts in DEC, and then the remainder 3.6 gigawatts in DEC, or DEP, excuse me.
Thank you. So those red zone upgrades were sufficient to facilitate the interconnection of that 5,400 megawatts that was used in the studies, right?
So there may be small upgrades needed, and like you said, it depends on megawatt size and location. In studying these projects, this portfolio of solar projects, once again, it showed for those wishing to site in the red zone or the generator interconnection request for the red zone, it did show that a majority of the red zone projects were needed. I think it was 15 out of the original 18 were needed.
Okay, thank you. And that 5,400 megawatts that we talked about, that is a lot more than Duke proposes to procure in the 2022 procurement, isn't that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
The target is 750, I believe.
Okay, and it's also more than the total target procurement volume that Duke has requested over the full near-term execution plan, isn't it?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Roberts, I want to turn to page 30, pages 37 and 38 of your testimony. It's really starting very top of 38, but here the public staff has identified concerns about the potential of, and I'm reading here from, excuse me, top of 38, where it says, potential risk of building transmission only to have it replaced by future upgrades in the first 10 to 15 years of the original asset's 40 to 60-year asset life. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And what was your response to that risk identified by the public staff?
Yeah, so as written in my testimony, where, it makes sense and using standard materials that we have, and I refer to an example of the Cape Fear West End 230 line. Instead of just upgrading to get to that level associated with the study results, we're using bundled 1590 versus the current single 1272 C-mil wire. And that facilitates increasing the rating up to 1195, which I believe is a 121% increase in the rating. So with that said, there will be sufficient space to accommodate more solar interconnections than what we're studying.
Thank you. So just in layman's terms, you design the upgrade so they're big enough so they create some headroom beyond what they were originally spec'd for. Is that accurate?
That's correct, where it makes sense from the transmission planner's perspective.
Okay. Thank you. Can you quantify or maybe just estimate how much headroom for additional generation RZEP would create?
Other than the 5.4 gigawatts of supplemental studies, I don't have that number.
Okay, well, understood. Is there a number that even directionally could suggest, is it 10% headroom or 30%? I mean, and I understand that it really depends on what actually interconnects, but is there any way to kind of ballpark that headroom?
Yeah, I mean, the only way I would be able to give you an answer is to conduct a study and get some input from all the solar developers on location and size projected, or take some information from the 2022 ISIS and model that and see what the results are.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Roberts, you would agree, wouldn't you, that Duke currently projects that the red zone upgrades are all scheduled to be completed by mid-2027?
That's correct.
Okay, and in fact, all but one of them are scheduled to be completed by the end of 2026, aren't they?
That's correct.
Okay. So would you agree then that by mid-2027, Duke expects, contingent upon the agreement of the Transmission Planning Collaborative, Duke expects to have completed the major transmission upgrades that would be required to support somewhere more than 5,400 megawatts of solar projects in the red zone?
Once again, it would be dependent on location and size. I mean, the supplemental studies are indicative of being able to connect 5.4 gigawatts. And once again, there are some of those projects that were outside the red zone.
Thank you. So thinking about, with the understanding that Duke has got finite interconnection resources, would constructing the red zone upgrades on the schedule that's proposed, along with any other required reliability upgrades, would that preclude construction of any other major transmission upgrades through 2027?
Yeah, so, and I speak to this in my rebuttal testimony, but I'll bring it forward to answer your question. So, I mean, we have an extensive job with respect to outage coordination to ensure we maintain reliability for our customers. Aside for, just looking at the outages for interconnection facilities, like you referred to, I've got to replace line switches. That requires an outage. I've got to do relay work. That requires an outage. If I have to do a network upgrade, that's going to require an outage, possibly over multiple outage seasons. I've also got outages for maintenance. I've got outages for asset management projects. And then there's storms. So you may have to do restoration associated with the unplanned outages associated with those storms. So there's a lot to coordinate with respect to outages, and we can't just turn off the power system and say we're going to do network upgrades associated with generator interconnection for 3 months. We had to coordinate all that such that we can handle worst case contingencies and we can ensure reliable service to our customers.
So what I'm hearing your answer to be is maybe, maybe not.
Madam Chair, could council repeat the question?
Well, I mean, the question was whether constructing the red zone upgrades and any reliability upgrades would preclude construction of any other transmission upgrades through 2027. I believe that Mr. Roberts identified a bunch of factors that could affect whether the answer was yes or no. And so I guess I'm paraphrasing you to say, as I understand your answer is, maybe it depends on a lot of factors. I don't really know.
Yeah, so I went through an example in one of the stakeholder meetings, and I am pretty confident it was associated with like implementing what we know as the Frisian upgrades. And if you take 2 of those 230 lines out during the same time, and you have this contingency of 500 kV line, you will most likely overload the underlying 115 kV line. I think I gave that example in the stakeholder meeting. So that's an example of you really can't take those 230 lines that are in parallel out at the same time.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Roberts. And honestly, I was really just asking about the company's resources rather than the specific calendar. But I'll move on. So in addition to the study that was filed with your testimony, what information did Duke rely on to identify the need for the red zone upgrades? And I know it's in your testimony. If you could just say very briefly.
So it's been an evolution. Starting with our first map in 2018, we showed the red zone congested area with respect to, if you request interconnection in this red zone, you're probably going to get faced with, some decent network upgrades required. And this was during the serial queue process. And so it was basically, stating, stay away from the red zone if you don't want the network upgrade cost to be high. The concern going forward is that other areas are going to become red zones, and we're quickly running out of any space. And I think I have a map, figure 3, that shows the high solar viability areas associated with the red zone projects being overlaid with that map. And those darker green areas are where you don't have significant forestation, you don't have population density, you don't have state parks, federal parks, etc. And you can see that these red zone projects enable utilizing that area for solar generation. It's figure 3 on page 36. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. So you'd agree that the red zone upgrades are unlikely to be the last set of upgrades that are necessary to comply with HB 19.1, wouldn't you?
That's correct. Definitely.
Okay. So when it's time to identify the next set of upgrades, it seems fair to say that you will not have quite the same track record or amount of information about interconnection requests that you had to identify the red zone upgrades. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
So I guess my question is, how is the company planning to go about identifying that next set of least regrets upgrades necessary to achieve compliance?
Yeah, so aside for generator interconnection request, DISA studies, we'll also need to look at some scenarios, transmission planning scenarios, and tend to try to look for the transmission upgrades that will be needed holistically to provide synergies, multiple different types of resources being connected, and also that will be least cost with respect to connecting a certain type of resource like solar.
Thank you. In that kind of scenario-based analysis, is that something that could be done within the context of a TPC?
Yes, I believe that could be done in the NCTPC process.
Thank you. Mr. Roberts, you testify on page 18 of your testimony that the current interconnection process requires an approximately 2.25-year period from the time the interconnection request is made to the time an interconnection agreement is signed. That's on line 3 of page 18. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. When do you anticipate, or when does the company anticipate entering into interconnection agreements for projects that are in the DISIS process now?
Yeah, so for the 2022 DISIS, where the enrollment window started beginning of this year, you're looking at signing IAs in the first quarter of 24, most likely.
Okay. And you mentioned that the enrollment window started at the beginning of the year, but that was a 6-month enrollment window. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. So, and it ended at the end of June 2022. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. So, from the time that projects were required to bid into the RFP, and the time that enrollment window closed, it's really closer to a year and a half from interconnection request to interconnection agreement. Would you agree?
If the interconnection request was made toward the end of the enrollment window, yes.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Roberts, for a project that does not require thermal upgrades, that might only require the kind of upgrades at the point of interconnection as we discussed before, how long would you anticipate it would take from signing of the IA to completion of construction?
Yeah, so for interconnection facilities alone, once again, you got to look at the outage coordination to facilitate that, et cetera. So with the interconnection facilities, depending on how involved, year to 2.
Okay, so 1 to 2 years. So for those kinds of, I'm sort of adding this together, for projects that don't require significant thermal upgrades, you'd be looking at 2.5 to 3.5 years sort of total time from interconnection request to completion. Does that sound right?
That sounds about right.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Farber, got a couple questions for you. Mostly going to DISIS and the current RFP. So, Ms. Farber, you described the current status of DISIS and the market response to the 2022 solar RFP in your testimony, don't you?
That's correct.
Okay. And on page 36 of your testimony, you say that of the more than 5,000 megawatts of proposals received, over 70% of the megawatts are located in known red zone areas. Do you see that?
That's correct. That's where there's a correction to the testimony that of the approximately 4,900 megawatts of proposals received.
Thank you for that correction. Of the more than 4,900 megawatts. Thank you. So my math is not as good on the fly as this, but does that mean around 3,500 megawatts of proposals were received in the red zone?
Approximately.
Okay, and approximately 1,500 megawatts of proposals outside the red zone?
Yes, roughly.
Okay, thank you. So of those projects outside the red zone, has Duke identified any proposals that are located in other areas of Duke's grid that are constrained?
This is information that will be revealed during the DICE's cluster study process. And so when we have phase one and eventually phase two reports, we'll know if other constraints come up for those projects that are outside of the red zone.
Okay, well, thank you for that. I understand that that will be provided on an official basis to interconnection customers at that time. Do you know now, sitting here, whether Duke has identified any proposals that are in constrained areas of the grid?
Outside of those red zone areas, I do not know.
Okay. Has Duke been able to ascertain, even on a preliminary basis, whether any non-red zone projects could be interconnected without construction of thermal upgrades out of those projects that have gone into DICES?
I don't believe we have that information yet.
Okay. So it's your understanding that Duke has not tried to sort of ascertain, even sort of informally or on a preliminary basis, how many projects bid into DICES are located in unconstrained areas of the grid?
I don't believe so. The interconnection review process doesn't consider whether they're participating in an RFP when they're doing their studies.
Okay. Okay. Well, thank you. Do you know, in the context of the RFP, whether Duke or the independent evaluator has made any sort of preliminary assessment of how many projects are in constrained areas and how many aren't?
Aside from the red zone constraints, no.
Okay. I assume that Duke has taken a look at the bids that have been received.
Generally.
Generally.
Yes.
Okay. So when you say generally, does that mean on an aggregate basis, or what do you mean when you say generally?
I have knowledge of some of the details, but not all.
Okay. Just very briefly, Ms. Farver, could you explain what the solar reference cost is, or solar reference price?
Yes, the solar reference price, I'm probably paraphrasing Mr. Columba's testimony, was the price that was assumed in the modeling for the solar that would be selected in 2026.
Okay, thank you. And that solar reference price is the basis of the volume adjustment mechanism that is approved for the RFP. Is that right?
That's correct. That's the reference that we're using.
Thank you. And the current RFP provides for bidders to be able to refresh their pricing downward come April 2023. Is that right?
That's right. There is an opportunity for proposals that are invited to step two to adjust their bid price in the downward direction.
Okay, thank you. But only proposals that are advanced to step two would have that opportunity. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Now, I want to be clear, I'm not asking you to discuss any confidential information, and I understand that there will be a bid refresh in April. Can you say what the average price for proposals in the 2022 RFP that have been received by Duke is?
That's confidential to the RFP.
Okay. Can you say whether it is above or below the solar reference price?
I think that's also confidential to the RFP.
Okay. Ms. Farver, you are familiar with Duke's proposal to procure remaining CPRE megawatts using bids in the 2022 RFP, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And as it's proposed by Duke, for bids to be selected to fill the CPRE gap, they would need to be below avoided cost, right?
That is our proposal.
Okay. And would that avoided cost calculation include network upgrade costs?
That was how it was used for the earlier tranches of CPRE, and so presumably that would be the same for this last consideration of CPRE.
Okay. Does the company have a sense of how many megawatts of projects or how many projects that bid into the 2022 RFP are below avoided cost?
That is confidential to the RFP.
Okay. Do you think that it would be helpful for the commission to have that information in considering Duke's CPRE proposal?
That is difficult because the prices that we have are still available to bid in the downward direction. And so what we know right now is likely going to change. And so obviously there have been these changes to law with the IRA being passed, and we anticipate that could provide an opportunity for more bids to be comfortable with refreshing downward come April. So I don't know that the prices that we have right now are going to be truly indicative of how many offers are below that avoided cost threshold. We also don't have the network upgrade cost estimates at this point in time. And so that's another key piece of information to determine if they are below that threshold or the reference cost threshold.
Understood. Do you think it would be helpful for the commission to have in its hands any aggregate information about the bids that were received for the 2022 RFP in deciding how to proceed more generally in this docket?
I don't know that the aggregate information is going to be that helpful, given the qualities that I just described of not having the network upgrade estimates at this point in time and still having an opportunity for refresh in the downward direction. So I don't know how helpful it would be.
So, Ms. Farber, as you said, the bids were submitted to the RFP prior to the passage of the Inflation Reduction Act, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and so there will be this opportunity for bidders to refresh their pricing in April to reflect the IRA, right?
That's correct.
Okay, presumably that can only drive prices in one direction, and that's down, right?
Correct.
Okay. On the other hand, do you recall that per the commission's instructions, in an order issued in the RFP docket, the red zone projects are not in the baseline for DICES 1, right?
That is correct.
Okay. My recollection is that that was based on a finding by the commission that at that time, no party had presented competent evidence that the red zone projects were necessary to achieve the carbon plan requirements. Is that right?
Subject to check, but yes, that's my interpretation.
Okay, thank you. And it's Duke's view that it has presented that that kind of competent evidence now, right?
That is correct.
Okay. So under the current interconnection process, if red zone projects are selected in the RFP, they're going to trigger those red zone upgrades, right?
So those projects that are in DICES will collectively be studied and will be recognized for whatever upgrades are necessary for them to interconnect. Whether or not those upgrades are in the red zone, I don't think.
Well,
sorry,
I tell you
I'm not sure
what,
I'm answering the
yeah, let me
question.
ask, and maybe this is a question for Mr. Roberts. So, Mr. Roberts, is it fair to assume that if a project that bid into the RFP was in the red zone and it was selected to proceed to step 2, and it was going to be its interconnection was going to be analyzed, it's very likely that those red zone upgrades or some substantial subset of them would be triggered by those projects, right?
Depending on location and size, yes.
Okay. And as under Duke's interconnection process as it currently exists, the full cost of the red zone projects would be allocated to the DICES projects that triggered those upgrades, right?
So I may ask Ms. Farber to answer this, but my understanding is the 2022 procurement that this commission approved, and what has been presented on how we will conduct the analysis of those bids. Yes, that cost of that upgrade needs to be considered.
I understood that we may not have sort of full information, but that's the way it sort of looks right now under the current interconnection process, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And the full cost of those upgrades would be allocated to those projects, even though those projects would create headroom for a total of something like 5,400 megawatts of projects, maybe more than that. Is that right?
I think depending on the timing of the NCTPC approval of these red zone upgrades, that would inform whether their phase 2 study lists those upgrades as a contingent facility or whether the price is assigned to the generator. However, for the RFP evaluation purposes, it's our understanding that the commission's order has indicated that those costs or the portion of that cost that would be assigned to the generator should still be considered in the evaluation and ranking of the projects in step 2.
So if the costs of the red zone upgrades are allocated to projects that are selected in the 2022 RFP, those costs could potentially drive the sort of total cost of the procurement up a lot, right? Or the apparent cost, wouldn't they?
Can you repeat that?
Sure. I mean, just assuming that the red projects in the red zone were selected and the full cost of the red zone upgrades was allocated to those projects, that could potentially drive the total cost of the procurement, or at least the apparent cost of the procurement, up significantly because the full cost of those upgrades would all be assigned to the 2022 procurement, right?
If you mean by apparent cost for evaluation purposes, taking the portion of the allocation of that generator, then yes.
Okay, thank you. Would you agree, though, that the more megawatts of projects that in the red zone that would be selected in the procurement, the more those costs of those upgrades would be spread around?
Certainly, the cost of network upgrades are allocated across those generators that are causing the upgrade.
Right, and so a larger number of projects in the red zone would dilute that sort of distorting effect on the cost evaluation. Is that right?
That's true.
Thank you. Mr. Roberts, going back to you for just a couple minutes. You're aware that CPSA has recommended that an independent technical advisory committee be established to study the achievability of higher solar interconnection rates in Duke's territory and advise the commission on measures that can be taken to expedite interconnection?
Yes.
Okay. From reading your and this is around page 42 of your testimony. I got to say, from reading your testimony, I can't tell. Does the company oppose that? And I don't need your reasoning, but I just am trying to understand what the company's position on an independent technical advisory committee would be.
Yeah. So, I mean, we feel that the internal process improvements that we have actually presented in stakeholder meeting, discussed in stakeholder meeting, as well as discussed with some solar developer parties. We feel like that those process improvements will shave time on the end-to-end interconnection process with respect to submitting your request to getting an IA, if that's what you're referring to.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. You say in your testimony that the companies continue to work to identify additional opportunities to improve efficiencies. Is that what you're referring to?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And you say that the companies initiated process improvement workshops during the first quarter of 2022. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and there were 2 workshops held at that time?
Subject to check, yes.
Okay, how many workshops have been held since then?
I don't know. To be honest, I don't know the answer to
Okay,
that.
so you haven't been involved in any process improvement workshops since the first quarter of 2022?
So I was involved in the first one, and I have not been involved in the others since then.
Okay, so as Duke's witness testifying on the subject, you don't know if any further process improvement workshops have been held since the first quarter of this year?
I do not.
Okay. Do you know what the company has done since those workshops were held to implement process improvements?
Yes, a lot of actions have been assigned to different groups to basically execute on the efficiency gains identified.
Okay. Could you tell me specifically what that means?
Sure. For example, with the interconnection facilities, well, that's after the process. Make sure I go back to the process and identify one specifically for you. Okay. Yeah, basically with respect to study times, potentially shortening those study times, and that would be in agreement with the solar developers, because there's a certain timeline associated with the DICE's process. that's filed.
Mr. Roberts, I understand. I'm sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you. I understand that shortening study times is a goal that we can all agree on, but I guess what I'm asking for is whether anything's actually been done.
Yeah, I mean, there are people actually looking at, what it would take to implement efficiencies identified.
Okay. Now, other stakeholders were not invited to those process improvement workshops, were they?
Not the workshops that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. And would you be surprised to hear that the folks at the solar development companies have not heard anything from Duke about being engaged in a process improvement initiative on interconnection?
I would be very surprised about that because, I know of one meeting held with a few solar developers where we specifically discussed the looking for improvements and efficiencies with the interconnection process.
Was that a meeting where you, I think we may have been on the, I'm not sure if I know what you're referring to. Was that a meeting where Duke summarized its activities with regard to the process improvement workshops to solar developers and told them what was going on in that department?
I did not attend that meeting, but the slide deck that I recall had 2 to 4 slides associated with that process improvement.
Thank you. Well, Mr. Roberts, would the company be willing to engage solar developers or other stakeholders in sort of more fulsome discussions of process improvements that could be made to speed up interconnection times?
Yeah, I mean, I would recommend, let us basically develop the current state of our process improvement event and present that to stakeholders and get feedback from that.
Mr. Roberts, Ms. Farber, those are all the questions that I have. Thank you very much.
All right. Let's see. We've got NC Warren. Okay, thank you for letting me know. Yes. Sace, you're up.
Hello, good afternoon. Nick Jimenez, I'm at the Southern Environmental Law Center on behalf of Southern Alliance for Clean Energy, Sierra Club, and the Natural Resources Defense Council, referred to collectively as SACE et al. So I'd like to start with the red zone where we've been spending a bit of time, and I apologize if I cover any ground that has already been tread. Please help me keep that brief if I haven't been able to excise it from what I was already planning. So Duke's proposed carbon plan, regardless of portfolio, depends on the red zone transmission expansion plan or RZEP projects, right?
Yeah, I mean, I would even go, you could even go one step back and, the 2020 IRPs had significant solar in those portfolios, and even those would require these red zone projects to implement that amount of solar.
Thank you. Would it be safe to say that in Duke's opinion, it will be impossible to achieve the 2030 carbon reduction requirement without those projects?
Yes, I mean, it would be extremely challenging to implement that amount of solar without the red zone projects.
Thank you. And it will be impossible to reach the 2050 carbon reduction requirement without additional transmission upgrades beyond the red zone upgrades, right?
That's correct. I mean, we will need we'll have to have an iterative process looking at proactive transmission in order to execute the carbon plan.
Thank you. And I forgot to give this disclaimer. If I direct this at the wrong person, please just correct me. I think most of these are for Mr. Roberts, but okay. Your testimony identified areas of high solar viability, or I think you referred to it recently as fertile ground, right?
That's correct.
And those areas are actually mapped, I think it's figure 3 on page 36 of your testimony.
That's correct.
Okay, and those are high viability for reasons other than transmission capacity, right? Otherwise, we wouldn't be talking about the red zone upgrades.
That's correct.
And Ms. Farver testified that information about the red zone constraints hasn't seemed to drive project development to other areas in any significant way, I think were the words. Is that right?
That's correct.
Thank you. And Mr. Roberts similarly testified that solar developers keep submitting and then withdrawing in the red zone, right?
That's correct.
Thank you. And in the supplemental studies, Duke recognized that the red zone upgrades themselves might incentivize additional requests. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
So isn't it? Oh, and in response to Mr. Snowden recently, I believe it was Mr. Roberts testified that you can't identify whether or how much headroom those projects will provide, right?
I think the response was that without studying and looking at scenarios, you can't definitively say, that you can connect another 2,000 megawatts of solar in the red zone area over and above the 5.4 gigawatts that were analyzed.
Okay.
Which is actually, in the red zone, once again, it's going to be less than the 5.4 gigawatts because some of those projects were outside the red zone.
Okay. Is it fair to say that the red zone projects, I think of them collectively, individually, if you like, are more likely to be undersized than underutilized?
Well, based on using transmission planning, knowledge of running system impact study after system impact study, that's where the experience can be applied with respect to, if you size it just to cover the amount of megawatts, within 5 years, et cetera, that you're going to need an upgrade again based on the magnitude of solar that needs to be interconnected.
Okay, thank you. Not shifting too many gears, I'd like to ask a little bit about advanced transmission technologies and grid enhancing technologies. Is it okay with you if I refer to those both as advanced transmission technologies?
Sure.
Okay. So isn't it true that advanced transmission technologies like advanced conductors and dynamic line ratings can enable greater transmission capacity on existing assets and corridors?
Yes, but you need to look at the cost and the associated benefit.
Sure, thank you. And all else equal, using existing assets and corridors saves money over greenfield development, right?
Yes.
Thank you. And isn't it possible that the savings from leveraging existing assets would more than offset any additional upfront costs of advanced transmission technologies over conventional builds?
Could you repeat your question? I heard two things in that.
Sure. Isn't it possible that those savings from leveraging existing assets using advanced transmission technologies would more than offset any additional upfront cost that those advanced transmission technologies might have over a conventional build?
I can't say yes or no to that. So, without a cost analysis, you don't know.
Would you agree that advanced transmission technologies can benefit ratepayers by increasing transmission capacity at low cost?
And when you're talking about advanced transmission, you're talking about different types of high strength conductors different configurations of conductors.
That would I think of that as advanced conductors. So certainly the composite core, high capacity conductors would be one of the suite of technologies. I believe in your testimony, I think it's page 41, you gave a list of various, and I'm sorry if that's wrong, that's completely from memory, various advanced transmission technologies. Page 44, according to my notes.
Yeah. Yeah, so in there, I talk about how we have implemented some high technology conductors on the system, and then we've had some issues, concerns that we're addressing associated with those.
Certainly. But just so putting those concerns to the side, assuming that advanced transmission technologies function as they're supposed to, they can benefit ratepayers by increasing transmission capacity at low cost. Would you agree?
I don't know about the low cost piece of that, but I mean, it depends. Every application's different, right? And if you've got standard conductor versus some high capacity, different technology, emerging technology conductor, I mean, you've got to now keep that in the warehouse versus your standard conductor, right?
Understood.
So once again, you would need a cost analysis to look at the cost benefit associated with application of it.
Okay, thank you. You testified that the commission does not need to require Duke to consider advanced transmission technologies because Duke has and will continue to investigate their potential benefits, right?
That's correct. I mean, we've applied things like remedial action schemes and auto swap overs and line reactors, switchable line reactors, phase shifting transformers. I mean, those are more in the area of flow control devices, but like I said, we've also looked at different advanced technology conductors as well.
But Duke's consideration of advanced transmission technologies isn't discussed or analyzed in the carbon plan filing, is it?
No, I believe it is not addressed in the carbon plan filing itself.
Thank you. Okay. Shifting again to proactive transmission planning. So we've had a little discussion of the NCTPC. Duke believes that transmission planning for North Carolina must move from this reactive process driven by generator interconnection requests to a proactive, forward-looking process anticipating transmission that will be needed in the future, right?
That's correct. Looking at the pace at which we're going to need to interconnect new resources to make this transition and comply with the law, proactive transmission will definitely be needed.
Thank you. And Duke will work through the NCTPC's local transmission planning process to resolve transmission issues related to the carbon plan.
Yes.
And scratch that. And the NCTPC is run by an independent administrator, right?
That's correct. There's an independent entity that administrates the process.
Thank you. And you testified that Duke hopes to be able to incorporate the RZEP into the local transmission plan by mid-year 2022, right?
So the original goal was to incorporate the red zone expansion plan projects into the mid-year update. But in the 2022 solar procurement order, the commission said that directed us not to include those red zone projects into the 2022 DICES and required other evidence that these were needed, going to be used and useful. And in addition, we received feedback from our June 27th TAG stakeholder meeting on these red zone projects. And based on that feedback, we agreed to not move forward with including the red zone projects in the mid-year update.
Okay, but that's I'm sorry, which mid-year update are you referring to?
So we had there's always a TAG meeting to go over the mid-year update report in the NCTPC. And so in that meeting, we also introduced including the red zone projects in that mid-year update. And based on the TAG stakeholder feedback, in addition to the commission's order that said directed Duke not to include the red zone projects in the 2022 DICES, we issued a subsequent communication that we're not including the red zone projects into the mid-year update.
Okay. And when you say we issued, are you referring to Duke?
NCTPC.
NCTPC.
Yeah.
Thank you. So I'm sorry, I'm still not completely clear. Was that the 2021, something titled the 2021 mid-year update or 2022?
No. So the 2021 mid-year update is actually an update to the 2021 annual local transmission plan that's approved at the end of the year. So let me provide a timeline for you. So in the December timeframe, the 2021 annual local transmission plan that NCTPC conducts one every year is approved, and the final report is usually posted in January. There can be updates to that information that was included in that report, as well as new projects, updated cost on projects, etc. And that information is presented in the 2021 report mid-year update that occurs in 2022.
Okay, thank you. That's what I was trying to get. So I think you just said this, but just to clarify, the NCTPC, for the reasons you gave, declined to consider the RZEP for the 2021 mid-year update.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. So the commission can't be sure that the RZEP will be included in the local transmission plan by mid-year 2022, can it?
So that's correct. So the current process, following the NCTPC process, we can present the TAG, which the Transmission Advisory Group Stakeholder Group, which we intend to, the addition of the red zone expansion plan projects for inclusion in the 2022 local transmission plan. And what we're asking for in this proceeding is acknowledgement from the commission that the red zone projects are needed to execute the carbon plan.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, a few minutes ago, Ms. Farver testified, and I believe Mr. Kalemba testified roughly the same on the 13th, that there were approximately 1,500 megawatts in the 2022 RFP outside of the red zone. Is that right?
Approximately.
Thank you. Oh, and Mr. Kalemba, Ms. Farver, were you in the room, or did you review his testimony?
I think I caught it. I'm not positive I've caught all of it. But...
If I represent to you that on the 13th, he testified that those 1,500 megawatts are in areas that are not currently constrained, but constraints might show up in the future. Would you agree?
Right.
Okay, thank you. So would it be fair to say that the red zones could expand over time?
Or change, yeah.
Okay, thank you. And Duke agrees that the RZEP will not be enough for later stages of the carbon plan.
That's correct. There'll be more resources needed.
And you testified, I'm not sure if this was Ms. Farver or Mr. Roberts, that additional upgrades besides the RZEP will even be necessary to get to 2030. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Thank you. And Duke's planning to submit you testified sorry, no, this is in Appendix P. Duke is planning to submit a comprehensive 2022 public policy request study of long-range transmission needs for the carbon plan, right?
So there is a 2022 public policy request that was submitted to the NCTPC, and there'll be a associated response to that public policy request. In 2023, a new public policy request will probably be submitted and it'll be based on the carbon plan approved in this proceeding, or the near-term actions and carbon plan.
I see. Thank you for clarifying that. So with respect to that new submission, the commission can't be sure that the NCTPC will grant the request, can it?
No, I mean, like I said, the process as defined in the OAT is that the OSC has to, well, you have to present the long-range transmission or the local transmission plan to the TAG stakeholder group, receive feedback, and appropriately address that feedback. And then in December, if the red zone projects are in the local transmission plan, the OSC, the Oversight Steering Committee, will vote on approval of that plan.
Thank you. And the commission also can't be sure that the NCTPC will approve all of the transmission upgrades that are necessary for this and future carbon plans, can it?
That's correct.
Thank you.
I mean, in a worst case scenario, which the associated delays may not be tolerable from compliance perspective, but in a worst case scenario, the DICES and associated resulting interconnection agreements would drive the network upgrades for interconnecting facilities.
Thank you for explaining that. So given the uncertainty about what the NCTPC will do, wouldn't it be safer to plan transmission and resources simultaneously? Assuming that's possible.
That's discussed in my testimony about making sure that resource planning and transmission planning are aligned and integrated.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't recall your testimony proposing that they be planned simultaneously. Does it?
It just says the transmission planning and resource planning need to be aligned and integrated, which to me would mean they're somewhat interlocked, associated with ensuring the transmission is going to be there in time to facilitate interconnecting the resource that you're counting on in the carbon plan.
Okay. Couldn't the commission condition its order on the final carbon plan on Duke having a planning process that plans transmission and other resources simultaneously?
I'm Chair, I object to this speculative question.
Would you like to respond, Mr. Jimenez, to the objection?
I think the commission can take the response for what it's worth. The witness is an expert on transmission planning and the processes around it.
All right, I'm going to overrule the objection, allow the question. Do your best to answer it.
Yes, so
Thank you.
So the transmission process, once again, as defined in our OAT, is a FERC-approved process, and we have to follow that process, just like the large generator interconnection procedure in our OAT. That's a FERC-approved process. The state interconnection procedure is a state-approved process.
Okay. So you testified that, and I'm shifting gears to a different topic here. Most off-system resources that Duke would purchase are non-dispatchable and therefore wouldn't help with renewable integration, right?
That's one of the concerns, yes.
And we heard from the operations panel earlier today that geographic smoothing occurs at least to an extent, right? If I use that term, do you know what I mean?
You can refresh my memory.
Sure. So I believe the question said geographic smoothing is essentially that the output of variable renewable resources becomes less variable in the aggregate as the region that they're in expands.
So yes, I remember Mr. Peeler responding to that. So I mean, each BA has to comply with valve standards, NERC standards. And so the intermittency associated with the solar resource, for example, or other wind resource has to be balanced within that balancing authority area. And so once again, through a merger, you would increase the size to 36,000 megawatts or more. I don't know the exact number. And through sharing operating reserves within that merged utility, you would be able to more cost effectively manage the intermittency.
Okay, so thank you. Am I understanding that you do think geographic smoothing would occur through the merger?
So we would have to through the House Bill 951. My understanding is we would have ownership of the resource, even off system, and so we would have to bring that into our system via like a pseudo tie. And so our system would have to balance around whatever that pseudo tie amount is. If you're talking about having diversity of resources, it depends on size for solar. I mean, if you're counting on diversity of solar to smooth out that intermittency, if I have a 300, 400 megawatt solar facility, partly cloudy days can cause a lot of intermittency associated with it.
Okay, so I'm not sure if I can take away a yes or no from that. Do you think geographic smoothing wouldn't happen?
Objection, the question's been asked and answered twice.
I can move on.
Okay, I'm going to sustain the objection.
Wouldn't that same phenomenon apply to variable resources in other regions?
So you're saying if you had a extremely large solar facility, that region would, what phenomenon are you referring to?
The geographic smoothing phenomenon with all of the caveats that you gave.
Yeah, I mean, as a balancing authority, they're going to have to comply with NERC valve standards, so they're going to have sufficient reserves to manage any kind of variable energy output.
Okay. So hasn't Duke imported at least 1.2 gigawatts in the past 5 years?
Objection, is council pointing to testimony or something to?
We heard that from testimony from Mr. Snyder in response to Mr. Quinn on the 14th at 5 minutes and 50 seconds.
I'm not sure I caught that piece of the testimony.
All right, I'll sustain her objection. Can you restate the question or give him context for the question so that he can answer it?
Okay. So I want to ask a little bit about past transfers, just to get a sense of, well, I don't know how much preface I can give. In prior testimony, I'll represent to you that we heard, if you weren't here, we heard from Mr. Snyder in response to Mr. Quinn for NC Warren et al. That on September 14th, that Duke has imported 1.2 gigawatts. I believe it was actually in the past 2 years. Does that sound right to you?
I mean, I know we currently have 1.6 gigawatts of off-system purchases.
Okay, thanks. And on the 15th, we heard Mr. Snyder, in response to Ms. Lohr, testify that Duke plans for over 2 gigawatts of neighbor assistance. Does that sound right to you?
That's correct. That was from our 2020 IRP resource adequacy study, and the non-firm assistance from neighbors around 2 gigawatts.
Thank you. Didn't Duke's decision to make those imports take into account any border charges?
No, I mean, that study did not consider any border rate or border charges for non-firm assistance from neighbors.
Okay, well, if we move from the study to the actual imports, the 1.2 gigawatts, wouldn't that decision take into account any border charges?
So the 1.6 gigawatts, if there's any point-to-point rate, transmission rate, we would have to pay that.
Thank you. And can I assume that those imports were economical?
They're long-term purchases, so yes, I mean, they were economical based on the need for winter peaking capacity.
Thank you. Okay, shifting gears one more time to coal retirements and related things. So you testified that in order to retire coal plants, Duke will have to ensure that any transmission projects are necessary to facilitate retirement, right?
That's correct. I think I also testify that if generation replacement is on site, on the brownfield site, then there may not be any network upgrades needed.
Okay, thanks. I think you just answered my next question. Great. Final coal retirement dates in Duke's carbon plan, proposed carbon plan, depended on the ability to execute replacement resources and transmission upgrades necessary to ensure or improve reliability, right?
That's correct.
Okay. For example, the Encompass model would have endogenously retired Marshall units 1 and 2 in 2026, but those were moved to 2029 to account for transmission needs, right?
That's correct. There's a couple of Westport lines between McGuire and Marshall based on power flow issues. You lose one of the lines, it overloads the other one unless you have a certain amount of Marshall generation online. Okay. During certain load level, for certain load levels.
Okay, thank you. Now I'd like to ask you a little bit about the revised large generator interconnection procedures. You testified that Duke petitioned FERC for approval of those, right?
I testified that we submitted a filing to FERC for approval of a generation replacement process that is similar, very similar to one implemented by Public Service Colorado and Dominion Energy South Carolina.
Thank you for that clarification. That's helpful. And if do you call those LGIP? Do people pronounce that initialism?
Yeah, large generator interconnection procedure.
Okay, I'll say it out with you. You're familiar with the with that request that Duke made and the revised attachment K, which is the one that applies to DEC and DEP, right?
Yes.
You actually submitted testimony to FERC supporting the requests,
That's
right?
correct.
Okay. Duke filed the petition on June 1st of this year.
That's correct.
Okay. Madam Chair, I'd like to move for judicial notice of Duke's request. I have the FERC accession number. Would that be sufficient to take notice of the revised LGIP procedures?
Well, yeah, let's do this. Can you identify the specific filing, the title of the specific filing you would like us to take judicial notice of? I'm not seeing you all object, but I'd like to know the title of the filing as well as the date and the docket number.
Certainly. So what I have is Duke Energy Florida LLC submits tariff filing per 35.13A2 Romanet 3 revisions to attachments J and K to joint OATT to be effective 8/1/2022 under ER 22-2007. And that has accession number in FERC's e-library 2022-0601-5225.
All right, and the date on which that filing was made?
June 1st.
June 1st. All right. Well, Commission will take judicial notice of the filing.
Thank you. And FERC granted that on September 6th, right?
That's correct.
Thank you. I'd also like to move for judicial notice of the order granting that request, if I may.
All right, we'll take judicial notice of the order issued on August.
This was, it's titled Order Accepting Tariff Revisions. It's at 180 FERC paragraph 61,156, September 6th, 2022.
All right, Commission will take judicial notice of that order.
Thank you very much. At a high level, would it be fair to say that the idea behind Duke's revised large generator interconnection procedures is to make it faster and easier to replace large generating facilities with new generation at the same site?
The purpose of that is to allow the customers that have paid for the transmission that's being utilized by the existing generator to retain the rights to that transmission, interconnection rights to that transmission, and thus save on that cost so that you wouldn't have to, I mean, Mr. Snyder would probably need to talk with respect to the time it takes, and I think he went through this, if I remember correctly, the time it takes from RFP, CPCN, et cetera, for actually siting and building a generator.
Okay. So you wouldn't be comfortable saying that that is even the effect of the revised procedures to make it easier to
Well,
and
you're
faster?
not going to have to, you're not going to have to wait on some extensive network upgrades.
Okay.
Right. So if that speeds it up, that speeds it up.
Okay. In your testimony to FERC about the revisions to the LGIP in the joint OATT submitted on June 1st, you provided an overview of the generator replacement interconnection process, right?
I don't have that testimony in front of me. I mean, this is direct testimony on the carbon plan proceeding.
It's fair. I have, so I wasn't intending to submit this as an exhibit because I was hoping for judicial notice, but I do have your testimony. One. You know what? I don't, but I do have the FERC order, which has which summarizes it, the part that I want. Okay. Well, can I ask, do you recall your testimony to FERC? Recognizing we're a few months out.
Yeah, vaguely. Yeah.
Okay. If you don't recall, please just obviously, that's a fine response. The revised LGIP process is available only to the owner of the retiring generation, right?
That's correct. That's consistent with how FERC has approved the generation replacement process for Dominion, South Carolina, and Public Service Colorado.
Okay. And do you recall testifying that to FERC that Duke changed the definition of replacement generation that Dominion had used in the request that Duke based its request on to make clear that the replacement facility could use different fuel or a combination of fuel types?
That's correct. Yeah.
Great. Thank you. Okay. I also have a couple pages of the redlined attachment K. I have the text here, but I can pass those out if folks want to. I'll do that so we can follow along.
In the interest of time, Chair Mitchell, could you just accept the 2 pages, say what they say, and unless Mr. Jimenez has specific questions about the red lines, will show the changes.
Okay, that sounds fine.
All right. So, yeah, let's stipulate for the record.
We'll stipulate the 2 pages of Appendix K. Which 2 pages is it?
These are pages 4 and 9.
Pages 4 and 9 of the red line to Appendix K that was approved by FERC in the generator replacement proceeding as part of the record.
All right. Please proceed, Mr. Jimenez.
Okay. Try and skip through this. I do think I need to cover a couple definitions that are on those pages in order to make these questions make sense. So do you recall that in the revised attachment K, a generating facility shall mean an interconnections to a customer's device for the production and or storage for later generation of electricity, et cetera?
Chair Mitchell, if we're going to ask questions, can copy? Do you have extra?
Yes. There are two different pages.
Fine. Okay. Thank you.
And did you say this was for the Florida zone or for the DEC and DEP zone? Just clarify.
My understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, is attachment K is for the DEC, DEP zones.
Thank
you. Okay, can I just point you to the definition of generating facility?
Yes.
Okay, then that's on page 4. Do you agree that it says and or storage?
Yes.
Okay. Also on page 4, generation replacement. Do you agree that it says and/or storage devices?
Yes.
And the last sentence in that definition says the replacement facility may be of a different fuel type or a combination of different fuel types, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And finally, on page 9, the definition of replacement generating facility shall mean a generating facility that replaces an existing generating facility or a portion thereof at the same electrical point of interconnection pursuant to section 4.9 of this LGIP. Did I read that right?
Yes.
Excellent. Okay, so multiple generation technologies could qualify as replacement generation under these definitions, right?
That's correct. But it, once again, it says that it needs to connect at the same electrical point of interconnection. And also I'll remind the commissioners with respect to this generation replacement process that it has to be studied by an independent entity, and that study cannot reveal that there's a material impact to the transmission system. If there is, it has to withdraw and go into the DICES study.
Right. So keeping those caveats in mind, although it's not generation, strictly speaking, standalone storage could qualify as replacement generation, could it not?
Yes, that's what our filing indicates.
And solar plus storage as well, right?
Once again, if there's no material impact and it can connect to the same electrical point of interconnection.
Okay. And in your testimony to FERC, you identified 5 criteria for the owner of a retiring facility to replace it with a new facility. You've actually anticipated some of that, I think. Would you agree that none of those criteria require replacement generation to be gas generation?
No, but what we do require from a system reliability perspective, and this was stated by Witness Steiner on Tuesday or Wednesday of last week, is that we show, and I'll defer to Witness Roberts on the reliability panel, but what we do show is that in January of 2018, we had some really high capacity factors associated with our coal generators to get through that extended cold weather period. And so we need to make sure the combined portfolio can reliably meet that need going forward. And so replacement generation is not just about this process. There's a lot of other parameters that need to be met.
Understood. When a coal plant retires, it can be possible to resolve any resulting transmission issues, leaving aside energy and capacity for the moment, with transmission-only solutions, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you've got, especially if you've got a lot of megawatts in that area and a lot of potential for other system grid benefits from those resources.
Okay.
But yes, sometimes you can't replace the existing generator with just some kind of passive device.
Okay. Are you familiar with the loan guarantee program established in Section 1706 of the Inflation Reduction Act?
I am not.
This is my last handout. Checking. Okay, no further questions.
All right, tech customers.
Thank you, Chair Mitchell. Craig Shower on behalf of the tech customers. I'd like to pick up where we left off, talking about replacement generation. Mr. Roberts, I think these questions are going to be directed at you. On page 24 of the testimony, starting at line 20, well, here's more generally on page 54, I'm sorry, 54 of your testimony, you discussed the transmission challenges associated with retiring Duke's coal units. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Specifically at line 20, you state that, quote, Gable assumes for purposes of its report that all retiring coal generation is replaced on site and so does not meaningfully engage with this issue. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you happen to have Appendix P with you?
Yes, I do.
Right. If I could draw your attention, I'd like to take a look at pages 15 and 16 of Appendix P, where it discusses transmission associated with coal retirement.
Let me find that first.
Sure.
Okay.
Halfway through the page, it starts with DEC, and if you recall, it discusses transmission issues associated with the various coal units. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And it starts with Allen Stations Units 1 and 5. And correct me if I'm wrong, but the Appendix P says that those two units associated with Allen can be retired in December of 2023 in light of current transmission upgrades that are already in progress. Is that right?
That's correct.
Right. Do you recall in the Gable report that they planned the retirement of the Allen units at the same time as Duke intended the retirement of the Allen units?
Subject to check, yes.
Okay. I'll save everyone from pointing out that report. The next unit that Duke discusses in Appendix P is Cliffside Unit 5. And correct me if I'm wrong, but it says that the planning and analysis does not identify any major transmission upgrades needed for Cliffside Unit 5, correct?
That's correct.
Right, and then I'm going to try to summarize the next few units, and you can please correct me if I'm wrong, but it then goes on to discuss Marshall units, the Bellows Creek units, then Roxborough and Mayo. And my understanding of Appendix P is that it says that these coal units would require significant transmission upgrades, but only if replacement generation is not sited at the location of the existing units. Is that correct?
That's correct. And connected to the same electrical point of interconnection. Yeah.
Do you recall in the Gable report at page 5 that Gable recommends that Duke use the generator replacement requests to recycle existing interconnection facilities by placing new generation on the site of decommissioned generation?
Chair Mitchell, if he doesn't have it in front of him, could we get a copy of it in front of him? It's a lot of
Sure.
questions about the Gable report.
Right, and am I correct that at page 5, Gable discussed the generator replacement request as a means of replacing new generation on the site of decommissioned coal units?
Yeah.
Right. And in Appendix P, which we just went through, Duke points to the siting of replacement generation at retired coal locations as a way to avoid transmission challenges otherwise associated with retiring coal units. Is that correct?
That's correct.
If you can turn to page 17 of the Gable report. Right above section 1.2, the last sentence, it says, therefore, the commission should leverage the value of this existing opportunity by directing the companies to develop a coordinated portfolio-based transmission plan with the NCTPC. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you recall reading that in the Gable report as you prepared your testimony?
Yes.
And do you recall in Duke's verified petition that the 5th request for relief asked that the commission, quote, direct the companies to continue to study future transmission needs to reliably implement the carbon plan through the NCTPC and other appropriate forms?
Yes.
A few more questions. Moving on to page 59 of your testimony. There it discusses that Duke analyzed increasing import capability of off-system purchases. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
So the testimony identifies a feasibility study of a transfer of 1,500 megawatts of power from PJM and between PJM and DEP. Do you recall that study?
Yes.
Right. And if I'm correct, the feasibility study showed that showed a need to make upgrades requiring significant time and expense with an initial cost of approximately $700 million. Is that right?
That's correct. We utilized the PJM generation deliverability tool or application and PJM input data to conduct that analysis, and other affected system studies, other study inputs to perform that analysis.
And then at page 60, you also point to a 2019 feasibility study regarding importing onshore wind into PJM, which showed upgrades costing, I believe, $411 million. Do you recall that feasibility study?
Can you point me to the line?
I believe
Oh,
it's,
yeah, I see.
yeah, line 16 through 19. Page
Yes,
60.
into DEC, yes.
All right, so that was the second feasibility study that you conducted between one of the companies and PJM.
That was a study request submitted to PJM. PJM conducted that study and provided those results.
Earlier on page 60 at line 4, you discussed that you submitted a transmission service request to the PJM queue and you were awaiting its results. Is that right?
That's correct.
Right. And so that would be a third study requested but not yet completed.
That would be something to validate the results of our internal analysis and confirm the duration and confirm the cost, or deny both of those. Give us the up-to-date cost and duration for upgrades needed to import.
And that was between the companies and PJM, correct?
That's correct.
Right. The testimony makes no mention of conducting a feasibility study for transferring additional power from the Tennessee Valley Authority. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Right. Likewise, it makes no mention of conducting a feasibility study for the transfer of power from Southern Company. Correct?
That's correct.
Right.
Yeah.
According to Appendix C at page 2, you might know this off the top of your head, Duke has 78 tie line circuits connecting it with 10 different transmission operators. Is that right?
Subject to check. Yes.
And am I correct that Duke studied 2 transmission options with a single neighboring balancing area being PJM? And based on those 2 studies, Duke has concluded that the remaining 76 tie lines are uneconomic to make additional off-system purchases?
So in the 2020 RP, we looked at other interfaces, excuse me, like Southern Company. And for this carbon plan, as directed by the commission in the 2020 RP, we were to specifically look at a capacity purchase from PJM.
Do you make reference to those other interfaces studied as part of the 2020 IRP in your testimony?
No, I do not.
Right. Are they referenced elsewhere in the carbon plan?
I don't believe so.
Right. All right. No further questions, Chair Mitchell.
All right, perfect timing. All right, we are done for the day. As a reminder, we'll be back here in the morning at 9:30. And we will begin with Walmart. All right, with that, we'll be off the record. Thanks.